The Adventures of Ellery Queen. Ellery Queen invites you to match wits with him as he relates another story of a crime he alone unravels. Before revealing the solution, he stops the play, gives you a chance to solve the mystery. Our guest tonight, who will represent you home armchair detectives, is the talented Hollywood character actor, Mr. Charles Latour. And now, here's Ellery Queen, Master Detective.
Thank you, Ernest Chappell, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, we'd like to tell you about a murder that occurred right under our very noses while we calmly enjoyed a ball game. I call it The Adventure of a Foul Tip.
Movie you just made, Mr. Ames. Here, let me open the door for you.
Look who's here. Sit down. Mr. Ames, check your hat.
Regular, hold on to it, ma'am.
Oh, Sam.
Welcome to the Society Club. Can I come, Mr. Vincent?
Oh, thank you. No, I'm looking for my wife.
Irene? Yes, sir. This way, sir. Irene just finished the dance number with her partner. There he is now. Reno, I come right away.
That fancy Dan with bear grease on his hair, that's my wife's dancing partner?
Yes, Mr. Reno, Mr. Chicken. Excuse me. The Hollywood Chicken. Enchanté.
Me too. Where's my wife, Mr. Moreno?
We have just finished the dance. Oh, that Irene, she's not a woman, she's a spirit. It is like dancing with a perfume breeze.
Well, where'll I find my wife, Mr. Moreno?
Oh, in her dressing room. Here, right through this door, Mr. Mr. Ames, you must see us dance together. It will enchant you.
Yeah, thank you. Some other time, fella.
But I go in with you. You shall see us dance.
Make tracks, Mr. Moreno.
You send me away?
Yeah, I do.
Lover of horses. Imbecile, amante di cavallo.
Come on, Bernie, boy. So what does he say?
So Bernie says, if I didn't know you were Irene's press agent, I'd have swallowed this publicity on hook, line, and sinker. Just the same, he's running it with a two-column head in the borrowed paper.
No.
How's that, honey?
Remind me to give you a kiss, Bernie.
You remind me to collect it.
Oh.
Well, the great Chick Ames. Well, hiya, Chick. How are you? Evening, Mr. Bernie. Well, Irene, here's your old Chick in person.
You took your sweet time. And what do you mean sneaking in on me this way?
Well, I didn't sneak in, honey. I just opened the door.
Oh, yeah? Chicken Snooks again.
Well, I guess I'll be moseying on down to the bar and get a few drinks, friends. Far be it from a press agent to horn in on husband and wife.
No, Bernie, stick around.
Okay. Looking mighty pretty, Irene. Ought to get to see more of you on this vacation of mine from pictures.
Oh, slice that baloney someplace else. You know why I sent for you, Chick. You're going to say yes or aren't you?
Now, honey, if you're aiming to start up that divorce talk again...
Aiming to start up again? I didn't finish the last time, you lop-eared horse's collar.
But, Irene, girl, you know I got a 5-year movie contract. Says I can't get into no scandal. The kids of America would be disappointed in their old Chick Ames.
Divorce is no scandal. Not when a girl hitched to a stable opera in a 10-gallon hat.
Oh, now, honey, I'm real sorry you can't get to see more of me.
Oh.
You haven't got that society fella, Mr. Vincent, to open this New York nightclub for you. You could go right back on west with me.
Riding into the sunset on your saddle horn, I suppose. No, thank you. Do I get my divorce or don't I, you great, big, beautiful movie star, you?
Hey, Irene, take it easy. Mr. Bernie, you stay off my range. Okay. Irene, why do you want a divorce? So powerful bad?
Because I'm in love with a man, that's why.
Well, I'm a man. Huh? So?
None of your rootin', tootin' business.
Kind of heard rumors about that, Irene. Supposed to be a man mighty close to you, ain't he? Don't give it no mind, but now, who is it?
Oh, stop that phony cowboy hero stuff. I know you from way back, Chickamauga Ames. Tied for life to a saddle. I want a divorce.
Yeah, well, you ain't a-getting it. And now, look, Chick, how about you start ambling off somewhere and cooling down, huh? And Irene,
Hey, you keep out of this, Bernie.
Now, look, you dope. She's going to have the riot squad in here, both of you.
Now, you look here, Chick. I don't want to
Come on in. For the love of Mike. What's going on in here, Bernie? But no. Game. Listen, you got to help me break this up. Irene's ready to open the fire. She's going to start breaking this. Sure, Bernie. Well, hello, Chick. Well, I'm delighted to see you in New York. Huh? Oh, Oh, evening, Mr. Benson.
That's what I get. You see, I come each between pictures to see my own wife.
No wonder you didn't ride into Grand Central on a passenger yodeling home on the range.
Irene, now the chicks in town, I got a terrific plan. We'll get some great publicity.
Oh, go away.
You two ought to be seen together, aren't they, Mr. Vincent?
I should say they should, Bernie.
Now, look, here's the angle. We make up a party. There's a hot ball game at the field tomorrow. We'll all
Yeah.
fit in one seal box. We'll take along Marino because he's Irene's dance partner. We'll get photographers, reporters. We'll make swell Sunday stuff. Right, Mr. Vincent?
Absolutely, Bernie. Dick, what do you say?
I don't know, Mr. Vincent. I'm aggravated.
He's aggravated. I'd like to know what he's
Bernie, for heaven's sake, take Irene aside and talk to her. Will you? I'll work on it.
Right. Look, Irene, come on over here.
I don't want to talk to you.
Ah, come on. Dick, be a sport. Bernie's right. You know, an afternoon at the ballpark will do you both good.
I don't know. I'm aggravated, Mr. Vincent.
But think of the fresh air, Dick. An outdoor man like you shouldn't be cooped up in some New York crosswalk. What you need is air and sun, the wind in your face.
Yeah, well, that is a fact, Mr. Vincent.
Then you'll do it?
Well, Mr. Vincent, I will.
Fine, splendid. Bernie, where's he'll go?
Oh, that's great, great. And we'll all meet outside the ticket booth at the field tomorrow afternoon before the game. I'll have the publicity all set up, Dick. And Irene's changed her mind, too. Haven't you, Irene, baby?
Yeah, I have changed my mind.
Hey, here comes my wife. My Irene's a mighty sweet gal.
Whose idea was this anyway, a jam like this? Manuel, here we are over here.
Grease fancy, Dan.
Oh, I'm so sorry to be late. Irene, may I kiss your hand? You are exquisite today.
Cut it out, Manuel. Bernie, where's Benny?
Vincent will be here. Let us through, Rube.
But Bernie, where are all the photographers?
Don't worry, handsome. You'll get mugged inside. Here, Chick, I'll go first in the line.
All right, that's right friendly of you, Mr. Bernie, but I reckon Chick Ames can afford a few baseball tickets.
What's been doing? Let me at that window, Chick.
Bernie, it's a wonder you didn't get reserved seats in advance, making me stand on a line. I don't see you fighting to get to the ticket window first, Manuel.
When two Bulgarians argue over mere money, my beautiful Manuel Marino looks on with scorn.
Yes. Oh, there's Vincent inside the gate. Hey, Benny!
Mr. Vincent, howdy. Hello there. Hey, here, Bernie. Don't mind me. I'm the sport program. Let these people through the gate, will you, please? Here you are. Tickets for box 13. All right, this way, people. Boy, like a score top and pencils. The cowboy movie star. I'm the Jimmy on it.
Now, folks, be nice now. I'm just seeing the ball game. No autograph.
Did you hear what Mr. Lane said? No autographs on one side. Come on, Marino, shake a leg.
Who wants to get the publicity today? A cowboy or Marino and Irene, huh?
Oh, nuts. Mr. Vincent, which box was it again? Box 13, Bernie. All right, this way, Irene. Hey,
Box number 13. Say, that's an unlucky number.
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the beginning of our mystery.
When the number 13 crops up, something's bound to happen. And before anything else happens, here's the number by Paul LaValle and his orchestra. field boxes of the jammed ballpark. A typical New York Sunday crowd is watching fielding practice.
Mr. Queen. Thanks, Mister. Oh, thank you, Mr. Queen. Nicky, sit here. Dad.
Ellery, it was a good idea to come to the ball game today. Especially you look younger already.
Yes, man.
With me, but
Well, Benny, you just think that the team of yours is going to win today? Thanks, say, I'm the sure inspector with proper pension. I've got 4 bits says they don't score 2 earned runs off. You're on. What's the lineup? Oh, see, that's still Inspector, you see, Max knocked that ball to deep center field down murder those bush leaguers he goes to that. They all look like Babe Ruth in practice. Come on, smile, chick. Around to my ring. Anyway, what are those photographers?
Ellery, if the movie starts, we're holding in the next box. That girl, Irene, that's his wife. Oh, there's Mr. Vincent. He's a millionaire society man who opened the nightclub.
Oh, who cares? Come on, play ball. Sure, play ball.
Ellery, they're the ones we saw outside the ticket booth, remember? They say Irene's been trying to get a divorce from Mr. King for a year, but he won't give her one. She's in love. Some people say it was Mr. Vincent, though one columnist said that it might be Bernie, the press agent.
Nicky, I'm in love, too, with a ball game this afternoon. Practice is over. Rat it, they're leaving the field. We missed the practice. What is this? A ball game or a personal appearance by that he-man of Hollywood?
Look at those fans fight to get his autograph.
Now, one at a time, please. Miss Ames, you want an autograph for these people? I'll take just 6, Roger. I'll take mine.
I don't think Mrs. Ames enjoyed her husband's popularity very much, judging from the expression on her face.
They should be seeing a ball game together. She's trying to... but what do I care? Play ball!
Beautiful woman, that Irene.
brother, you ain't exaggerating.
All right, so Mr. Green, 6 given 6. Now stand back. Will you everybody back? Please get away from the same spot, you...
Sorry.
Henry, take a look at that hombre coming towards box 13.
A cowboy with a guitar.
He's handsome.
What's baseball coming to, anyway?
Arizona! Come on in this here box, you old bull-legged coyote. Hi, Arizona. I reckon you remember my wife here, Irene, huh?
I reckon I couldn't forget her, chick. Howdy, man.
Hello, Arizona. Long time no see, son. Come and sit by me, sugar.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I've been traveling around sick here. Sort of keep me cheerful, you know. Me and my guitar.
How'd you find my box, Arizona?
Just followed the herd, chick. Knowed you'd be where the autograph mavericks was sick.
You old fan, man. Arizona, shake hands with these folks.
I read it. That's Arizona Yankee in his house. This pays Arizona a salary to play the guitar for him when he's feeling low. Well, he does.
I'm feeling powerful off my feet, Arizona. Sing me one of them sad songs of yours. Well, reckon I will.
He's going to sing here.
That's pretty, Arizona. Yes.
And the wind blows.
Mighty pretty.
Bernie, this is humiliating. I'm not going to sit in the rock and get a hold of. Look, they're going to snap their picture.
Oh, Irene, this is great stuff for you.
Now what, Nicky?
It's your game, Ellery. You've got to be sick or something.
We better have a squint at this, Petey. One side, please. You've got to sing to the clubhouse. Call a doctor, somebody. Petey, where's these people away?
Come on, one side, one next side.
All right, pick 'em up.
Easy now, Ellery. Do you suppose anything is really wrong?
You mean foul play, Nicky?
Well, considering the setup.
That is a possibility. Nicky, I came here to see a ball game, and by the babe, I'm seeing it.
Come on, you bums, play ball! Take a swing with the left, please. Knock it over the fence.
Ellery, give the sergeant back in the clubhouse.
My God. How's she gone? How's my poor dead back? Oh, look at that scoreboard. Strike.
Yes, he's got it, Sergeant, but it's only the 5th inning.
Let's start bomb corporation at the deck.
But, Sergeant, what about the game?
Check that.
He was a natural death.
No, poison. Doctors just examined him. Chick was bumped.
Now watch this guy, Carver. He likes them down the alley.
Murder. Ellery, what I tell you?
The conspiracy. see. Well, Sergeant, let's have it at tail.
Poison through the mouth. The kid didn't eat or drink anything for an hour. And the doctor says it was quick poison, so the inspector figures he took the stuff right here in the field.
We'll take your record, Sergeant.
Ellery Queen, what on earth?
Hey, climbing onto a stair.
Your attention, please. See this roll of bills? I'll give $5 for every autograph Chick Ames signed in box 13 there before this game. 5 genuine American bucks, gentlemen. Come and get it.
I saw you gone.
I know. One at a time, don't crowd. Let's see it. Yes, this one. Here's your 5. Now, let's see that autograph, please. Mm-hmm. Here's your $5. All right, now. There you are. Let me see it.
Hey, listen, Mr. Queen, I'm sorry, but you can't start a riot.
Oh, the usher. Stand by, usher. Anybody else? There should be one other autograph. What are you doing?
He's buying back Chick's autograph.
Sunstroke, Inspector. Call the wagon.
Oh, shut up, Beatty.
Son, what's I did?
Beatty says Ames was poisoned by mouth, hadn't eaten or drunk anything recently, and happened right here in box 13. So it's obvious Ames must have been poisoned by one of the pencils an autograph hound handed him to write with.
Now, what is it, pencil?
Yes, sir. Ames is notorious for his habit of sucking the point of a pencil. Lord knows it's been publicized enough. He sucked every pencil offered him before he scrawled his name.
Maybe the pencils had a poison tip.
Son, the killer's one of those 5 guys who just showed up to sell back the autograph. There, you're with a straw case.
No, Sergeant, no. Let those men alone. If any of the 5 was guilty, you don't suppose he'd be fool enough to show up to you. There were 6. The 6th one stayed away. The missing one's the killer, all right. Usher.
Yes, Inspector Queen?
What did that 6th felucca look like, remember?
Why, yes, sir. It was a kid, a little boy.
What?
What a deduction, Mr. Queen. A boy.
That's that. Go on back to the clubhouse if you want to question these people, son. That's not that bad. The secret of Ames' death lies in the hands of that boy. We must find him. Now, Sergeant, here's what I want you to do. Officer, yes, sir, Miss Queen. Any sign of Sergeant Beatty that kid yet, officer? No, sir, Miss Queen. Officer, yes, Miss Queen. What's the score? 40 scores. Favor the home team. Boy, this flopper is hot. May he fry in his own lard. No sign of Beatty and the boy yet, Dad. Carry on. Miss Ames, how do I know you didn't slip your husband a poison pencil with your own dainty white hands, huh? He stood in your way. You're in love with another man. Dick wouldn't divorce you.
I didn't poison him. I didn't. All I know is all of a sudden he fell off the seat in the box.
Who's this man you're in love with?
That's none of anybody's business, including the police.
Is it Mr. Vincent there? He opened that nightclub for you, Irene. He's your angel, isn't he?
No, I mean, it's not me.
Inspector, this is all a high-handed, isn't it? Not high-hand too later, Vincent. Well, then, Irene, is it this loud-mouthed press agent of yours, Bernie?
Hey, now, wait a minute. There's nothing between Irene and me except business.
No, it's not me.
Emmanuel Marino, your dance partner.
She's lying her head off, Ellery. It's one of the NCC's constantly. It must be.
Oh, Dad, here's Sergeant Beatty with the boy.
I want to see this man's ball game, too, you know. There's your criminal, Maestro, 11 years old.
Come here, son. Don't be afraid. What's your name?
Who's afraid? My name's Montgomery, and no crack. Where's the genuine Chick Ames six-shooter, the announcer said, and the cowboy suit, and the signed picture of Chick Ames? I gotta get back to my seat.
We all do, Montgomery, but first let me have the autograph Chick Ames gave you.
Well, I got it right here on my scorecard. But how do I know this ain't the old double cross? Hey, wait! What's the idea of grabbing my pencil?
Relax, Montgomery, I never grabbed. Is this the pencil you handed my Ames to autograph the scorecard with?
So what? Give me what you promised. She's left.
Now, Montgomery, be nice, Montgomery.
Dad, now let's look at this pencil. Very faint. Enough to establish it. Pencil that's poisoned Ames, all right. Sonny, where'd you get this?
Let me out of here. Oh, now, Montgomery, come on. You answer these gentlemen's questions, and they'll let you go right back to your baseball game. But I don't know nothing, lady. I come down to the game all by myself, and I bought a ticket, and I just got inside the gate. And the man comes over to me and says, listen, kid, you know Chick Ames? So I said, sure. Everybody knows Chick Ames from the movies. So he says, well, look, Chick Ames is going to be at the game today in box 13. So you take this scorecard and pencil and get his autograph for me on account of I'm kind of bashful. Then the guy said, I'll meet you right here after the game and give you $5 for the autograph. So I got it, that's all. But I'd rather have the chick Ames gun and stuff any day. Give me it and let me go.
What did this man look like, Montgomery?
Oh, he was wearing a big coat and a hat pulled down over his face and dark sunglasses or something.
Wouldn't you know? Disguise. Montgomery, how about his voice? Think you'd recognize it?
Well, he kept a handkerchief over his mouth while he was talking to me, and sometimes his voice was low and sometimes squeaky. Sounded awful funny. He must have been sick. Where's my chick Ames gun and cowboy suit?
Mr. Bernie, take this boy's name and address and see that he gets what I promised him.
Sure thing, Mr. Queen.
Hey, Arizona, what are you taking me in the ribs for?
I guess that's sort of old Arizona's job, Mr. Bernie. Now that old chick's gone west for the last round. Come here, boy.
Hey, you a real cowboy? I bet you're a phony. Better take my address. My name's Bad news, a little boy is an instrument of a murder. Whoever that man was, he's a monster.
Disguise. Face for your voice. Killer's gone by now. 100 miles away.
And even if he's still in the park, how you going to pick out one guy in a crowd of 40,000?
Just a minute. Officer, here's Miss Queen. What's the score now?
Hey. Tied up, Miss Queen. 4-4 in the face. Coming up.
Tied up and going tonight. Thanks. I gotta talk fast, but I expect to see the end of this game.
Talk fast? What do you mean?
Of course, Nicky. Dad, get these people out of here. I'll tell you the name of the person who handed Montgomery that poisoned pencil to give to Chick Ames. I'll tell you who really murdered Ames. And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the mystery. Have you figured out an answer to it? Well, suppose you compare your solution with that of our guest for tonight. Nicky, introduce our guest to our home armchair detective.
Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight is Mr. Charles Latour, the famous Hollywood character actor. Incidentally, Mr. Latour is really an old friend of us on the Ellery Queen program because before he went to Hollywood, he was a member of the cast on many an Ellery Queen mystery.
Charlie, it's nice to see you again. How are you?
Well, it couldn't be better.
That's great. You know, Charlie, it seems every time I see a picture, you're in it. Passage to Marseille, Song of Bernadette.
And he's been married 8 now.
Yeah, the keys are busy, all right. 51 pictures in the last 26 months.
Oh, my goodness. Charlie, I hope you haven't forgotten your old training in solving Ellery Queen mysteries.
Now, look here, Ellery. You solved the cases. I was the murderer, remember?
Okay. Well, let's try this one anyway. Charlie, who do you think gave Montgomery the poison pencil? That is, who really killed Ames?
Well, I really think Arizona did it. On the face, it would look like either the press man would do it or the proprietor not to want to lose their featured star. But I think Arizona was a bit jealous of the cowboy star, and he wanted to break in pictures, and he scoped all this out by himself. And this was a chance, and I think he did it.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Latour. We'll give you the solution to tonight's mystery in just a minute.
And while you're trying to figure out your solution, here are Paul DeBal and the orchestra to keep you from concentrating.
got worse out. The killer of Ames, that is, the one in disguise who handed Montgomery the poison-tipped pencil, told the kid that Chick Ames would be at the ball game and that Ames would be sitting in box 13. Question. How did the killer know that Ames was going to be at the game? Which means that it was all planned before Ames got there. How did the killer know that Ames was going to sit in box 13?
That is clear. It means the murderer knew where the party would be sitting before they got to the park.
Well, who knew? Hurry.
Ames and Bernie had a friendly argument in front of the ticket windows as to who'd buy the tickets. That means Bernie didn't know in advance where they'd be sitting.
Sure. And Irene even cracked to Bernie that it was a wonder he hadn't got reserved seats in advance. That shows none of them know.
And yet, one of them did know, Sergeant. The one who gave Montgomery the pencil before the Ames party got to the park. The one who was inside the gate with the already purchased ticket when the others arrived. The only person in that park, or in the world, who knew in advance in which box Ames would be sitting.
Vincent. Vincent, who opened that night slip for Irene.
Yes. It was Vincent who arrived early in disguise, bought the ticket for box 13, accosted Montgomery, gave him the poisoned pencil and scorecard, instructed the boy where he'd find Ames sitting later, then simply discarded the disguise and waited for the rest of the party to show up. Motive, to free Irene so he could marry her. Now, gangway.
Ellery!
Where are you running, son?
To see the end of the ball game. Hey, Maestro! Wait for the cop!
And there, ladies and gentlemen, you have the solution. We wish to thank Mr. Latour for being our guest armchair detective this evening.
And thank you, Ellery Queen, for solving the mystery. And now, while Paul DeVal and the orchestra are hanging around with some unplayed notes staring them in the face, let's listen to some more music.
Are you sure of that, Miss Pam?
We have all the proof we need, Mr. Higgins. Several children saw Snooks take away the medal by force.
What's the name of the child who won the medal?
Peter Nerf. His name's engraved on the back of it. And there's a little matter of a book of gold stars that's missing from my desk. 500 stars.
Good heavens.
You received my letter, of course. I wrote you about a few other
Letter?
matters.
I haven't seen your letter, Miss Pam. I haven't looked at the mail yet.
Oh, well, I'm sure it's there. I mailed it the day before yesterday. Mr. Higgins, something will have to be done about Snooks.
I promise you, Miss Pam, something will be done. The minute she comes into the house, She's here now. I'll talk to her and answer your letter as soon as possible.
Very well. Goodbye, Mr. Higgins.
Goodbye. Snooks, is that you?
It's me, Daddy. Hello.
Hello.
Don't you feel good, Daddy?
No, I feel very bad.
Oh, you poor little Daddy. Well, I got something that's going to make you feel good.
Have you?
Yeah. Look at Daddy.
What's that, Snooks?
It's a medal. It's solid gold brass. Ain't it pretty?
It's ravishing.
Huh?
How did you come by that medal, Snooks?
I didn't buy it. I won it, Daddy.
Oh, you won it. For good conduct, I presume.
How'd you know?
How?
Yeah.
Isn't it only natural, since you've been the worst behaved child in the history of your school, that you should win the Good Conduct Medal? It's only natural, isn't it? Answer me.
What shall I say, Daddy?
Say? Is there anything to say? You, a child who's been expelled from 3 schools with a Good Conduct Medal. Does that need explaining?
Don't you think so?
Absurd.
Then I guess I can show you this, too. Here.
A gold star. Just one?
Ain't it enough?
Not for a girl who can win a Good Conduct Medal.
Well, here's 100 more.
That's better. Although I once heard of a little girl who brought home 600 gold stars.
I don't believe it.
Why not?
'Cause there's only 500 in the book.
What book?
Huh?
How do you know there are 500 gold stars in the book?
I got the whole book.
My, you must have been a good girl.
I was, Daddy. I was so good, I couldn't believe it was me.
Well, why didn't you show me the whole book of gold stars together with the medal?
I didn't think you could stand the shock.
Nonsense. Anybody can see you're a changed person. Mind if I have a look at the medal?
Here, Daddy. Just look at the front.
What's the matter with the back?
It's prettier on the front.
Oh, yes. There's nothing at all on the back.
Ain't there?
No. Nothing except some silly name. Peter Nerf.
Silly, ain't it?
Who is Peter Nerf, Snooks? It says presented to Peter Nerf. Why does it say Peter Nerf on the back of your medal?
It's my name, Daddy.
Your name?
Didn't you say I was a changed person?
Yes.
Well, I changed my name, too.
I see.
Yeah.
How stupid of me not to think of that.
I've been thinking about it all day.
I'm sure you have. Wouldn't it be a good idea to change your story, Snooks?
Why?
Because I happen to know you didn't win this medal. It belongs to a boy named Peter Nerf, and you bludgeoned him out of it, you little hijacker.
How do you know?
I have a sixth sense.
That's how I got it.
How?
I gave him 6 cents for it.
Oh, then you admit you didn't win it.
I did win it, Daddy, and I won the 6 cents back, too.
What are you talking about?
Peter got the medal for being good.
Yes?
So I bet him 6 cents against his medal that I could go up a flight of stairs quicker than he could.
Well?
Well, I just beat him up, that's all.
Up the stairs?
Up the stairs, down the stairs, and in the coat room.
You ruffian. You actually engaged in a fist fight with this boy.
I only did it for you, Daddy.
For me?
Mm-hmm. I thought you would be proud of me if I brought home a medal.
But what good is the medal if you stole it? You have to earn it.
It's the same medal, ain't it?
I know. But if I went to a pawn shop and bought 15 medals for heroism, that wouldn't make me a brave man, would it?
No, Daddy.
Why not?
'Cause you bought them.
Well, what would make me brave?
If you stole them.
No. If I earned them. Honor can't be bought and it can't be stolen. You come home with a medal, but it's empty glory. Little Peter goes home crying, but the honor is still his.
Well, he can have the honor. I got the medal.
I have the medal. I'm going to return it to its rightful owner. And now, what about those gold stars?
What gold stars?
The 500 gold stars you have in your pocket.
Oh, those gold stars.
Yes, those gold stars.
Well, I know, Daddy, because...
Snooks! Miss Pant telephoned me this evening.
You mean my teacher, Mrs. Stan?
Your teacher, Miss Pant. She called me up.
Oh. Did she make a deal?
Deal? What deal?
She told me yesterday she'd like to be my mother for 10 minutes.
That's not...
Did she tell you about the medal?
Yes, she told me about the medal, and she told me about the gold stars. She told me a lot of things.
Gabby, ain't she?
Never mind that. You took the book of stars out of Miss Pant's desk drawer, didn't you?
Yes, Daddy.
How could you be so dishonest?
I didn't mean to be dishonest, Daddy. It all happened when she went out of the room while we was having a geography test.
Well, if you didn't mean to be dishonest, why did you go to her desk?
I was looking for the answer book.
And you took the book of gold stars by mistake?
Uh-huh.
What about the answer book?
I got it, too. And I got 100% and $1.45. Here's the money.
What's the money for?
What a right answer.
I don't believe your teacher gave you money for giving the right answers.
My teacher didn't give it to me. I told the answer to the rest of the class.
Oh! This is worse than I thought. I'm afraid to look at her letter.
What letter?
The one she wrote to me. There are 4 letters on the hall table. Bring them in here at once.
Yes, Daddy.
Child can't possibly know what she's doing. Must be some impulse. Spanking does no good. Hurry, Snooks.
I'm coming, Daddy. Here's the letter.
Now let's have a look. Grocery bill. Letter for Mommy. Real estate ad. Where's the other letter?
Huh?
There were 4 letters on that hall table. I saw them distinctly when I came in. Now there are only 3.
That's all there was, Daddy.
Snooks! What are those scraps of paper sticking out of your pocket? It's your teacher's letter. Torn in a million pieces.
Imagine that.
Why did you do it? Do you know you've committed just about every crime in the book? You attacked and robbed a little boy. You burgled your teacher's desk. You perjured yourself. And now you've tampered with the United States mail. That's a federal offense.
Shall I turn over it?
No. You can't expiate those crimes by getting spanked. You're going to jail.
Okay. Call a wagon.
Call the wagon?
Yeah, call a wagon.
You mean the thought of going to jail doesn't even frighten you?
No, because I know you won't send me to jail. Why don't you just spank me like you always do?
Turn over. Ready?
Ready.
And I won't pull any punches this time. Here we go. There. And there. And there's another one.
Are you finished, Daddy?
Yes. And you didn't even cry. Why, Snooks, what's got into you to make you so hard?
The answer book, Daddy. I stuck it on my bed.
Here's another personal album with Anita. Yes, man, another songbook from that 5'2" bundle of brunette loveliness for all you soldiers, sailors, Marines, and Coast Guardsmen. Man, you have a date with...
Anita. Thank you, Don Forbes, and hiya, gang. Well, we're opening up shop once again in your own bistro of popular song notes and GI mascot quotes. And it seems we're getting underway today, loaded on the heavy side with music. So we'll just cut the talk kind of short this time. Our first customers are the boys in the fire department at 689, who rang the bell with a swell letter and who wanted to hear one of the nicest ballads to come along in a long time. FD boys at 689, I'm at your service.
I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine embraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut trees wishing well. summer's day. In everything that's light and gay, I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
Word here from Private Frank Smith, who took pen in hand not so long ago to write of his outfit's pet, a real live tiger cub. We still haven't settled on a name for him, writes Private Smith, but since we're in a tank outfit, maybe we'll call him General Sherman. Doesn't fit him now, but brother, when he grows up, we'll probably have to ease up to him in the cage with a tank to feed him. Sounds like a mighty tough mascot for a mighty tough outfit. And now, Private Frank Smith, your song.
I never mention your name, oh no. I never dream of your eyes. I never go where we used to go to hear the echo of your sighs. I never mention your name, oh no. I never ache for your kiss. I never turn all the lights down low to let the shadows reminisce. I never wait by the fire, expecting you to call by 10. I never feel the slightest desire to hold you when it's night again. I never mention your name, oh no. I never know your way, except for every minute of every hour of every night and day. I never go where we used to go to hear the echo of your turn all the lights down low to let the shadows reminisce. I never wait by the fire, expecting you to call by 10. I never feel the slightest desire to hold you when it's night again. I never mention your name, oh no. I never know your way, except for every minute of every hour of every night and
Thanks to Master Sergeant Lee Parker at 600 for one of the nicest letters I've ever received. Answer forthcoming after a reminder to all you fellas to keep shooting those requests in. This is a business enterprise we're running here for you, and the customer's always right. Don't forget the address, Anita, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Songs sung for servicemen. Now, for Sergeant Parker and all his pals at 600, here's a top ballad of Not So Long Ago. I'll Be Around.
I'll be around, no matter how you treat me now. I'll be around from now on. Your latest love can never last, and when it's past, I'll be around when she's gone. Goodbye again, and if you find a love like mine, just now and then, drop a line to say you're feeling fine. And when things go wrong, perhaps you see you're meant for me. So I'll be around when she's gone. When it's past, I'll be around when she's gone. Goodbye again, and if you find a love like mine, just now and then, drop a line to say you're feeling fine. And when things go wrong, perhaps you'll see you're meant for me. So I'll be around from now
To a letter from Corporal Paul White with mention of his 2 Dalmatian pups called Fish and Chips. Writes Corporal White, these 2 pups are 2 pretty rugged customers, but I have them calmed down now so that the only thing they chew on are GI shoes. And you know that GI brogans are impervious to anything. Yes, Corporal White, and I wish I had some for my dog to work on. Like Fish and Chips and the cop on the corner, he's shoe conscious too. Anyway, here's the song you wrote in for, and one which you men everywhere never seem to tire of. Stardust.
Another purple dusk of twilight time steals across the meadows of my heart. High up in the sky, the little stars climb, always reminding me that we're apart. You wander down the lane and far away, leaving me a song that will not die. Love is now the stardust of yesterday, the music of the years gone by. Sometimes I wonder why I spend the lonely night dreaming of a song, the melody haunts our reverie, and I am once again with you when our love was new, and each kiss an inspiration. Oh, but that was long ago. Now my consolation is in the stardust of a song beside a garden wall when stars are bright. You are in my arms, the nightingale takes its fairy tale of paradise where roses bloom, though I dream in vain. In my heart it will remain, my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain. I dream in vain. In my heart it will remain, my stardust melody, the memory of love's refrain.
Time to hang a closed for the day sign on the wall, gang. But we'll be open for business again soon. In the meantime, this is Anita saying, bless you all, and goodbye for now.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
The cigarette that's first in the service presents the Abbott and Costello program. With the music of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the songs of Connie Haynes and the Camel Five. Tonight's guest, Miss Claire Trevor, and starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, you're late again as usual. What kept you this time?
Well, I got a phone call from my bank, and I had to run down there right away.
What was the matter?
The butter in my vault was melting.
Oh. Costello! What do you want the vault for?
Oh, in case I get some meat.
Haven't you had any?
Huh?
Haven't you had any meat?
No. The only way I can get meat is to stand over a gopher hole with a baseball bat.
Oh, stop complaining. Things could be a lot worse. Nobody's worrying about getting meat.
Oh, no? Yesterday I went to the market. The butcher put his arm on the counter, and before he knew it, 3 women bought it.
Well, if you're so worried about nourishment, why not take vitamins like I do? Now, vitamin A gives me sunshine. Vitamin B gives me energy. Vitamin C gives me calcium.
I take vitamin W.
What does that give you?
Wow!
Good evening, fellows. What's the discussion all about here, Bud?
Oh, hello, Ken.
Hello, Kenneth.
Costello's
Kenneth.
worrying about the meat shortage.
Yeah.
You know how he is. His eyes are bigger than his stomach.
They are. Hello, Fat Eyes. Of course, I'm not worried about the meat shortage.
Why should you, with that mutton head?
You should talk, fat boy.
Who's fat? I got a military figure.
That's right. When you wear a belt, your stomach goes over the top.
Now, quiet, Skinny. Why don't you get a pair of snowshoes?
What does he need snowshoes for?
When he takes a bath, he won't slide down the drain.
Now, that's no way to talk.
Oh, no? When he gets undressed, it's like unveiling a golf stick.
Now.
He's so skinny he has to put a bell on his tonsils to prove he's breathing.
Just a minute, Costello. You're always making fun of my physique. You should see my chest expansion.
Yeah, go on, Ken. Show him. Take a deep breath.
All right.
Atta boy. No, more, Ken. Deeper. That's it. Deeper. More air.
Dear, guess I breathed too deep.
Look, Niles, if that wife of yours only fed you some meat, you wouldn't fall apart that day.
Oh, yeah? Well, look, my wife doesn't have to. I'm a vegetarian. I'm crazy about vegetables.
You must be to be married to that old tomato.
I heard that remark, Costello.
Now, don't fret, darling. I'll tell him. Costello, I'll have you know my wife is a striking woman.
And you got the black and blue marks to prove it.
Now, Costello, you'll have to admit that Mrs. Niles has a winning smile.
Yeah, and a losing face.
Oh, is that so? I'll have you know my picture has been on many a cover.
Magazine or manhole?
Now, you behave yourself.
I ain't doing nothing.
Now, be nice.
How dare you talk that way? Why, men throw their hearts at my feet, flowers at my feet, gifts at my feet.
What have your feet got that you haven't got?
Now, wait a minute. This isn't getting the meat problem solved. You see, Mrs. Niles, before you came in, we were discussing the meat shortage.
Oh, that doesn't affect me. I get my meat by the pound.
Next time you pass the pound, get me some.
I do not eat dog meat.
You don't, huh? Here, Queenie. Come on, Queenie.
Please, now stop that.
Here, Queenie, come here.
You stop that right away, right?
Oh, Costello, please. Will you behave yourself? Leave Mrs. Niles alone.
Now, don't tell me what to do, Abbott. I'm going to get some meat if I have to go out and hunt it myself.
Come in.
Hello, Costello. I just overheard that you were going hunting, and I thought I'd drop in and say hello. I'm the game warden up in the woods. My name's Boone, Mr. Boone. That's it. Boone, Boone. Boone.
Hiya, Boone. I know your sister, Bath.
It's a very good idea to go hunting with me. Everybody's there to meet, even old Mother Hubbard. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get a dog a bone, and when she got there, the bone was there. So she ate it. My name's Boone, Boone. Boone, Boone.
Was your mother ever frightened by a broken record? I know a poem, too, Boone. This little piggy went to the market. This little piggy stayed home. This little piggy got roast beef. She knew the butcher.
Tell us, Mr. Boone, are there any restrictions on hunting up in your woods?
Well, you can't go shooting all the animals. You see, they have just as much right to live as I.
Even more.
And now to the rules. Are you, Luke Costello, going hunting with Bud Abbott?
Yes.
Then kindly step forward. Do you both promise to honor and obey the hunting laws of the state?
I do.
I do.
And do you both further promise to love and cherish the grandeur of nature?
I do.
And in the event of danger, do you solemnly promise to protect each other until death do you part?
I do.
Very well, then. I now pronounce you man and wife. The name is Boone, 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 Boone.
Man and wife? Well, Abbott, ain't you going to kiss me?
Get out of here!
Hey, Bud Abbott. Whoa, don't go away.
Yes, then.
Bud, look, do you know anything about flying?
Sure I do. I was flying even when I was a little kid.
Really?
Yeah, I jumped off the roof with an umbrella and I stayed in the air for 3 hours.
Oh, wait a minute. How could you stay in the air for 3 hours?
My pants got caught on the drain pipe.
A ripping joke. No, but, look, I'm talking about real flying. Like trying to tear the wings off an experimental ship in a power dive. Stuff like that is just meat and potatoes for red hulks. the Curtiss test pilot who tried out the Navy's amazing new dive bomber. And whether it's planes or cigarettes, Red Hulk likes to test things out for himself. He said, quote,
I picked Camels after I'd smoked them long enough to know that they were the only brand that suited me best on all accounts. They're really easy on my throat, and they give me that full, rich taste I like.
Unquote. Yes, with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens. You're in good company when you smoke Camel. You're joining thousands of men and women who have been smoking them for more than 25 years. Smoking Camel, the cigarette we believe more people have been smoking longer than any other. Loyalty like that proves Camel's character, the thing that makes you like Camels more with every pack you smoke. You can find out about character for yourself in your T-zone. T for taste and T for throat. Your own proving ground for flavor and mildness. You'll find that Camels have more flavor, and it's extra flavor that helps them to wear well, pack after pack. Camels are extra mild, too, because they're slow-burning and cool smoking. For steady smoking, stick to Camel, the cigarette that's expertly blended of costlier tobacco. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camel, get a pack tonight. You'll want to buy a carton tomorrow. Freddie Richards Orchestra and the Camel 5 introduce the title song from Dick Powell's new picture, Happy Go Lucky.
Can this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky? Looking in your happy-go-lucky eyes. Can this be me feeling so happy-go-lucky? Me who always acted so smart and wise. Can this be me singing, oh, everything's got key? Follow your head with a happy-go-lucky way. Well, if it's me feeling so happy-go-lucky, pardon me while I forget to say, heaven bless this happy-go-lucky day. Pardon me while I forget to say, heaven will bless this happy-go-lucky day.
Well, here we are, Costello. The Pine Tree Hunting Lodge in the heart of the North Woods. How you ought to be able to shoot plenty of meat up here.
I don't know, Abbott. It's too cold up here. Let's get back to town. I want to get my spine defrosted.
Oh, don't be silly. This is invigorating. It isn't cold.
It isn't cold?
Certainly not.
I just saw a squirrel going down the road wearing a silver fox.
Oh, come on. What's the matter with your eyesight? That's nonsense.
And right behind him was a rabbit wearing earmuffs.
Oh, now, Lou, come on.
It was an Abbott.
Come on, guys.
Rabbit, Abbott, somebody, I don't know.
Never mind that.
Next page.
Come on. Well, come on, let's get our things unpacked. Did you bring my red hunting jacket, I hope?
No.
You dummy, I can't go hunting without a red jacket. Now, you know
Don't worry. You'll have a red jacket.
I will.
Yeah, I brought you Palm Beach shooting 4 bottles of ketchup.
Oh. Well, anyhow, I sent for a guy to take us hunting. I wish he'd get here. I'm dying for a piece of venison.
Venison?
Sure, that's deer meat. Wouldn't you like to shoot a buck deer?
I haven't got a buck, honey.
Look, I'm talking about hunting. Haven't you ever hunted before?
Oh, sure. I caught a mink that shot $9 in 15 minutes.
Now, that's ridiculous. How could you shoot $9 in 15 minutes?
Did you ever go out with a hungry blonde?
Sure, I should say not. Oh, skip it. And get that suitcase unpacked. Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like a mouse in that suitcase. Open it up.
It's a mouse, all right.
And I'm only 3.5 years old.
Hey, it's that kid again, ain't it?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Hey, Matilda. Now, look, this is no place for a little girl. A girl, or whatever it is. Why don't they make bigger tights?
All right, never mind that. Now, be nice.
There's a lot of wild animals up here.
I'm not afraid of animals. My daddy's an elk.
Elk? Matilda, that kind of an elk isn't an animal.
You never saw my daddy.
Why don't you stick your head in a bear trap and don't let go?
Costello, how can you be so unkind to that child? She has a good head on her.
Her head in a bat would start a softball game.
Uncle Louie, can I go hunting with you? I know how to handle animals. Once I grabbed a cow by the horn.
Now, Matilda, behave. A cow hasn't any horns.
No wonder I got milk.
Now, Matilda, how can you be so stupid?
Now, Costello, Matilda's just a child. Her brain is developing.
Yeah, too little and too late.
Uncle Louie, I want to go hunting with you. I want to pull a bear's tail.
No, you don't. If you pull a bear's tail, it will bite you.
No, it won't.
And why not?
Bears don't bite with that end.
And look, Matilda, will you do us a favor, please? Just run along and don't bother us now. The guide is going to be here soon to take us hunting. And Uncle Louie and I have to unpack.
Well, before I go, Uncle Louie, can I do my animal impersonation?
Okay, anything at all. What is it?
It goes like this. Kiss, ouch. Kiss, ouch. Kiss, ouch.
Wait a minute. What's that kiss? Ouch.
That's two porcupines necking.
Will you get out of here?
Hey, I'd like to find out who Matilda's rider is. Not bad.
What's the matter now?
For a minute, that kid, I thought I was 103.5 years old.
103.5.
Hey, wait a minute. That must be the guide now. Come in.
Howdy, fellows. I'm your hunting guide.
Hey, Abbott, it's a dame.
Quiet, certainly. Don't you recognize her? It's Claire Trevor.
Now, wait a minute, Miss Trevor. We weren't expecting a girl. We thought a man was going to lead us.
Well, didn't you ever follow a woman before?
Well, once I followed a woman who used to catch minks.
Tapper?
No, another guy beat me to her.
Now, don't talk like that, Lou.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Abbott. You know, my sister thinks Costello is the best comedian on the air.
Oh, gee, thanks. I'd like to meet her.
Well, you can't. We never let her out of the attic.
What a clever Trevor.
Costello, behave.
Now, Miss Trevor.
Oh, won't you call me Claire?
Will you call me Bud?
Will you call me when this is all over?
By the way, Claire, how did you happen to become a guide handling guns and rifles?
Well, you see, in pictures, I used to be a gangster's mole.
Mole? The word is mouth.
I know, but I can't get a laugh with mouth.
Mm-hmm. That takes care of me.
All right. Now, just take it easy. No remarks, Costello. You see, Claire, the reason we came up here in the woods is because of the meat shortage. Costello wants to do a little hunting.
Oh, really? What's your favorite animal?
Roast beef.
Costello! People don't hunt roast beef.
What was that line in front of the butcher's this morning? Termites?
All right. Now, just let it go at that. Take it easy.
All right, boys, let's get to the hunting trip. Now, you start out at 5 o'clock in the morning. You tramp for 15 miles with a pack on your back, a lilt in your voice, a song in your soul,
and a blister on my heel.
We should reach the mountain by noon, don't you think, Claire?
Yes, that's about right. And 12 to 1, we climb the mountain.
12 to 1, I don't make it.
It must be beautiful on top of the mountain, Claire.
Oh, it is. And you can listen to your echo. You simply say, hello, and then the echo says, hello.
Sociable, ain't it?
And then I yell again, how are you? And the echo comes back, how are you? And then I say, it's a nice day.
Say, Claire.
Yes, sir?
You enjoy that sort of thing?
Quiet, Costello. Go ahead. All right, never mind. Please.
Happy New Year! Merry Christmas!
No, nothing of the kind. No echoes.
Huh?
Echoes. Maybe Claire enjoys them. Maybe you don't. So just keep quiet. Go ahead.
I like eclairs.
Not eclairs, not those things. This is entirely different. Now behave.
Oh, it's very exciting.
Yes.
And as you're standing there, suddenly you hear a loud roar, and through the brush comes the most ferocious bear in the world. Oh, Grizzly. Costello, you rush up and grab him with your bare hands.
What kind of a fool do you think I am?
Why, are there different kinds?
Costello, what would you do in the face of such danger?
Why, I'll do what I did once before.
What do you mean?
A bear was coming at me.
No.
I picked up my gun.
You did?
And with one bullet, I shot him in the foot and knocked all his teeth out.
Now, wait a minute. How could you knock all his teeth out if you shot him in the foot?
He was biting his nails.
Here's Connie Haynes of the Camel 5 with a sparkling tune from Paramount Star Spangled Rhythm, doing it for defense.
Mr. Bones, get this right. I'm your date for tonight. But when I hold you tight, I'm doing it for defense. Months and months you've been drilled. Now it's time you were thrilled. Start from here, then we build. I'm doing it for defense. If you kiss my lips and you feel me respond, it's because I just can't afford a bond. If you think you're Cary Grant, brother, relax. You just proceeded on my income tax. Don't be hurt, don't get sore. I'm a pal, nothing more. This ain't love, this is war. I'm doing it for defense. Don't be hurt, don't get sore. I'm a pal, nothing more. This ain't love, this is war. Mister, don't take offense. Doing it at my expense. For all of Uncle Sammy's strength, I'm doing it, sister, for defense.
Costello, what are you shooting at? We haven't sighted any game yet. It says in my hunting book, if you get cold, take a couple of shots.
Oh. Yeah, but you almost hit me. What's the matter? Eyes bad?
What, Claire?
Eyes bad. Is who?
Oh. Is who a bad girl?
Now,
Is who?
Hey. Miss Trevor's trying to pick up some animal tracks. Follow her.
Okay. Gee, Claire, that's a nice bustle you're wearing.
That's no bustle. My knapsack slipped. Oh, say, my dog must be on the trail or something.
Hey, go away, get him away from me!
Be careful of that dog, Costello. It's an Airedale.
I know, I can feel the air.
Oh, dear, I suppose I should have brought a muzzle.
A muzzle?
Muzzle.
So you should have brought a muzzle. Why, do you bite too?
Yeah. I'll stop these remarks, Costello. Claire's dog is very intelligent.
He certainly is, and I'll prove it to you. Roger, how much is 1 and 1? Good. How much is 2 and 2?
Hey, what a smart dog. Hey, Roger, what time is it?
5:30.
That ain't a hunting dog, that's a watchdog.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What am I talking to, a dog?
Well, boys, you better get your guns loaded. We may come across some game any minute.
Gun loaded, Costello?
Yeah.
Wait a minute, look. There's a wild turkey over there.
Hey, Abbott, a turkey, a real turkey. Woo! I'm finally going to get something to eat.
All right, take it easy now. Sight your gun. Now, ready? Aim.
Mustn't shoot the bird when his back is turned. I'm the warden named Boone, Boone. Boone, Boone.
Just a second, Warden. I'm the guide, and Mr. Costello isn't doing anything wrong.
Yes, he is. That's too large a gun for such a small bird. Naughty, naughty, named Boone, Boone, Boone.
Hey, boom, boom, boom. Wait a minute. Can I use a bow and arrow?
Oh, no, that's much too sharp, too sharp.
Then can I use a slingshot?
No, that would bruise the bird.
Do you mind if I just give him a dirty look?
Hey, wait a minute. There's a whole flock of ducks getting up out of the water.
Oh, yes. You stand in the middle, Costello.
In the middle? And let you two shoot over me?
Yes, and I'll take the high bird.
And I'll take the low bird.
And I'll be in a hospital before you.
Say, Claire, isn't that bear tracks over there across the stream?
Yes, I think so. Go ahead, Costello. Jump across the stream.
Okay. Hey, help! Help! The water's cold! It's ice cold! My hands are freezing!
Put them in your pocket.
Okay. That's no good. I keep going down. Will you help me? I'm drowning. I'm going down for the 5th time.
3 times is the limit.
Then I just set a new record.
Here. Give me your hand. Here, I'd better carry you across.
All right, dear, but if you try to kiss me, I'll call for Mother.
Oh, goody. She's getting a girl for me.
Quiet, boys. Look, see how these bears' tracks go right into that cave? I think we'll find our grizzly inside.
Yes. I see 2 eyes shining in the dark.
Step aside, Abbott. I'll get him. Come on in there, you old grizzly. I'm going to shoot. Come on out.
Don't shoot. I'm only 3.5 years old.
This kid can get in my hair more times. Matilda, what are you doing in this cave?
I went in there to catch this little pussycat. It's a whippersnapper.
Oh, no, little girl. That's a skunk.
That's what I said. A whippersnapper.
Listen, Matilda, you better get out of here. Go on back to the cabin.
But what if I meet a very ferocious animal?
He'll have to take care of himself. Go on, beat it.
Hey, boys, come here. You know, I think the bear's already been in this cave. Here's a piece of fur off his coat.
Coat? You mean a bear wears a coat?
No, you dummy pelt. Hide.
Why should I hide?
He means hide. Hide. The bear's outside.
Well, let him stay outside. We don't want him in here.
Oh, come on, let's get moving. We've got to find our grizzly before it gets dark. You know, there's another cave about 10 miles from here.
10 miles?
Yeah, let's walk fast. Well, here we are.
We certainly got here fast, didn't we?
Yeah, well, we had to. This is only a 5-minute sketch.
Oh. Say, listen. There's something over there. Look. It's a wolf.
Now, wait a minute. That's Ken Niles. What's the idea, Niles? You can't be a wolf.
Why not? He's from Hollywood.
Hey, what's going on here? I thought I was going to do some hunting.
Oh, Costello, look. There's a little beaver down in the stream.
Isn't he cute? I wonder what the little beaver's doing.
Probably waiting for Red Ryder.
Red Ryder? Why don't you try some beaver meat, Costello?
Okay, hand me my gun.
I'm Boom, Boom, Boom. Must you shoot the little beaver? Fur tax, $50. After all, beavers build dons.
You mean dams?
Swearing tax, $40.
You better pay, Costello.
$40. Don't make me laugh.
Laugh? Amusement tax, $20.
Hey, Abbott, hand me my gun.
Oh, don't shoot. Remember, I'm the game warden. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, you were the game warden.
Costello. Oh, that was a terrible thing you did.
Yes, Costello. Now you're in real trouble.
You said it. I don't know how to cook a game warden.
Land and sea and in the air, it's camels. Camels, first with the men in the army. Camels, first with the men in the Navy. Camels, first with the men in the Marine Corps. Camels, first with the men in the Coast Guard. Yes, with men in all the services, Camel is the favorite, according to actual sales records in post exchanges and canteens. Remember that, whether you're buying cigarettes to send to men in the service or to smoke yourself. Camels have the flavor, extra flavor, that helps them to hold up pack after pack, no matter how many you smoke. And Camels have the extra mildness, slow burning and cool smoking that go with costlier tobaccos expertly blended. For steady smoking, stick to Camels. Your throat and your taste will tell you. C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, get a pack tonight. Send a carton to that fellow in the service. And remember, you can still send Camels to Army personnel in the United States and to men in the Navy, Marines, or Coast Guard, wherever they are. The post office rule against mailing packages applies only to those sent to the overseas army. Before we hear from Abbott and Costello again, here is an important announcement from our government for every young woman between the ages of 18 and 35. Your country is facing a shortage of nurses, a shortage so serious that the safety of our war wounded and the health of our civilians are in grave danger. Mid-year classes for student nurses are being formed now. Every student nurse will immediately help to free trained nurses for overseas duty because students start hospital work right away. Women who are unable to afford tuition may apply for scholarships. Here's what you do. If you are a citizen between 18 and 35, graduated from high school and in good health, write today to Student Nurses, Box 88, New York City. And now, here's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello again.
Thanks, Ken. Ladies and gentlemen, next Thursday night our program will be broadcast from the Navy Receiving Station at San Pedro, California. So, to Captain Feineman and his staff, and to my fine friends Chaplain Bennett and Lieutenant Commander Myers, thanks for the invitation, and we'll all be seeing you next week. And our guest will be Betty Hutton. So good night, everybody.
Good night. Remember, Camel presents 4 great radio shows each week. Camel Caravan tomorrow night, Bob Hawk on Saturday. Monday night it's Blondie, and next Thursday night, Abbott and Costello with Betty Hutton. Claire Trapper, who appeared with us this evening, will soon be seen in Columbia Pictures' forthcoming Technicolor film, The Desperado. And now this is Ken Niles reminding you to hear the Camel Caravan tomorrow night and wishing you all a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
Say, Mr. Pipe Smoker, how does your tongue feel after smoking a couple of good long pipefuls? If it feels uncomfortable, why not switch to Prince Albert, the pipe tobacco that's no-bite treated for cool, tongue-happy smoking comfort. PA's crimp cut, too, and that means it's easy to pack, easy to keep lit, and easy to draw. And remember, there are around 50 mild, rich-tasting pipefuls to every handy pocket package of Prince Albert. Try PA for pipe appeal. It's the National Joy Smoke. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
He takes me home. Do I know you? I don't think so. I live down the block from you, but on account I never spoke to you and you being blind, I guess you don't. But I'm taking you home tonight. Your wife ain't feeling so good. Can't hurt her. No. Come on. You've been on this corner a long time, ain't you? Across from the criminal court building. Yeah, long time. But you know, I was kind of thinking beginning tomorrow you ought to pick yourself a different corner. Different? What are you talking about? I figure it might save you a lot of trouble. I'm sorry, I don't get this. Are you trying to scare me or something? No, just trying to help a fellow out. Well, this is your block. Just hop across the street and there you are. Yeah. I can find my way to the house, all right. Go across while the coast is clear. Thanks, mister. Say, ain't there a car coming? Yeah, up the side street, not this one. You sure? What, do you think I am, blind? Thanks. So long. So long, fella. Stepped right in front of that car. Well, I guess you'd be on a different corner after all.
Continues on its trail of death. What is behind his fiendish slaughter of the helpless blind man? What is his connection with Chandler? In just a few moments, we'll know. You know, most of us usually look on a surprise as being something new, something different. And yet there are a few very familiar things that may serve as surprises. For example, when it comes to dessert surprises, any of you mothers would find this true.
There's no dessert my family has more often than ice cream. But there's something so extra good about it that we always look on it as a sort of surprise.
Yes, ice cream. It's so popular, it's earned the name of America's favorite dessert. Yet it's so refreshing and satisfying, it's always a welcome surprise. Particularly welcome, I might add, if it's Horton's Mellow Roll ice cream.
For Horton's Mellow Roll is a generous, tempting individual portion of smooth, velvety ice cream. A treat that's tops in creamy texture, in mellow richness, in deep, full-bodied flavor. And Mellow Roll comes in 4 favorite flavors: vanilla, chocolate, strawberry, and butter pecan. Try any one of them, and you'll agree that
The finest ice cream surprise you can give your family is Horton's Mellow Roll ice cream.
yes, delicious, creamy Horton's Mellow Roll. And now back to Bulldog Drummond and the deadly game of blind man's buff. The game of death in which 2 blind beggars have already been the losers. It is the morning following the second brutal murder. Drummond is finishing breakfast.
Another cup of coffee, please, Denny.
Very good, sir.
Very good coffee, Denny. Which is more than I can say for the bacon.
Oh, really, sir? That must have been a very bad pig. It will be punished, sir, in its next incarnation.
Yes, I certainly hope so. May turn into a Nazi.
Oh, very good, sir. Your morning paper.
Thank you. I say, Denny.
Yes, sir?
Another beggar was killed last night. Accidentally, according to the newspaper report.
It does seem strange, sir.
Killed by an automobile crossing the street. Feeling it all adds up to murder.
Oh, was his usual corner near a government building, sir?
It's very good, Denny. Let's see. Yes. The report says his post was across the street in the criminal courts building.
The district attorney's
right there. Denny, the case is clearing up.
Oh, it is?
Yes. Both beggars were murdered. The first one after a crime had been committed. This last one before. They were both killed for much the same reason. Except that there was one important difference between them. One could, the other couldn't. Quite obvious.
Oh, yes, sir, quite. Huh? Could and couldn't what, sir?
The door, Denny.
Oh, yes, sir.
Yes? Well, see, Drummond. What is the name, please? Never mind that. I ain't got much time.
What is it, Denny?
A newspaper person to see you, sir. A vendor.
Show me in.
Very good, sir. This will be...
Give me your hand, huh? I don't walk
Oh, of course. There you are.
Oh, your elbow.
Yeah. Lead poisoning. Can I sit down, please?
By all means. Here.
Thanks.
Get a doctor, Denny, quick. This boy's been shot.
No doctor's gonna help me, mister.
Nonsense. Let me look at the wound.
Bad, huh? But let me tell you why I come. I seen the guy that killed poor old Sam.
You did?
Yeah. I wasn't sure, so I trailed the guy to...
Go on.
This hurts, mister.
Who was the man?
A hoodlum.
I called Dr. Gotham, sir. He'll be here in a moment.
Never mind, Denny. He's dead.
Dead, sir?
Yes. Another casualty in our war against the Nazi murderers. He died on the home front, Denny. He won't get any medals, but...
Poor fellow, sir.
We've got work to do. No time for sentiment. Just called it an accident. But, and this morning, someone else is taking his place. Quick, isn't it?
I don't understand.
I'm beginning to.
It's all very Excuse me. District Attorney talking.
Peterson calling from Montreal. The Canadian authorities have turned Kroger over to me.
Good, Peterson. Take a plane. Bring him here tonight. Criminal Courts Building, my office.
Right, sir.
We've extradited that escaped Nazi flyer. He's being brought here tonight.
Yeah?
Yes, I want to question him. He had help when he escaped last month, and we've got to find out who and what.
Tell me, do you think it's safe?
Of course. I'll have the place so well guarded a stray breeze couldn't get in.
Yay. I've got an idea.
Yeah?
Suppose you don't station any extra guards.
Why?
Trap is already baited. That's why they got rid of the beggar. They know about Kroger. If we scare them off now, we may never be able to get a lead on them again. On the other hand, if we leave the way open for them...
Yes?
we may be able to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Or perhaps I should say 2 rats.
Exactly what do you mean?
Listen. Tonight, when Kroger is brought here, we'll arrange this so that...
Shoelaces, pencils, and shoelaces. Yeah. You been on watch all day? Yeah. They come yet? Yeah. Kroger and the detective. Swell. Me and the boss are going up now. Get the rest of the boys together and follow us. But don't let nobody see nothing, you got it? Yeah. Okay, fella. Keep your eyes open.
My theory, Mr. District Attorney, is that Hitler is a lovely example of an incomplete reincarnation. Originally, he was intended for a rat, you see, but something slipped up. He has the soul and mind of a rodent, of course, but unfortunately... Oh, for heaven's sakes, Denny, spare us.
They haven't come yet.
Never fear, dear. They'll show up. Denny, take that derby off. It's my disguise, sir. Yes, but we know you're not a detective. The sight is appalling. As you wish, sir. There they are now. Put your derby back on, Denny.
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Chandler.
Good evening. Down, Rex, down. I thought I'd drop by and inquire about that Nazi flyer. I took the precaution of bringing my bodyguard with me. You don't mind?
Of course not.
Is the Nazi flyer here now?
Of course. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot you can't see. Yes, he's sulking over there in the corner.
Surely you're not here alone with him.
No, there's a detective here with us. Nevertheless, I don't think you should stay.
Why?
We expect to be attacked at any moment.
By whom?
Nazi agents.
Really? Well, what preparations have you made?
Hey, boss.
What is it?
That the guy in the derby, the detective. I seen him before someplace. He wasn't no detective then.
Oh, nonsense, my good man. I mean, I'm a plainclothes flatfoot from Center Street. See, partner?
He's a phony. This is a frame, Bob.
Go to work.
All right, fellas. Reach for the roof or this baby cannon goes off.
Mr. Chandler, I don't understand all this.
That aviator Kroger is urgently needed by the fatherland.
What do you mean?
The Third Reich has no use for them. That is, they have use for airmen. We have no intentions of letting you imprison them.
Chandler, you're a Nazi.
I'm proud of it, you poor fool. Kroger, you're returning to Germany. Turn around, man.
How did you know he had his back to you?
Because he can see as well as you can, D.A. I've got you covered, Mr. Bodyguard. Drop that gun.
Drummond, you were Kroger.
Yes. I'm afraid this German uniform misled you.
Yeah? You can go back.
Only an arm wound. I'm afraid you'll have to be hanged, my friend.
Then Chandler's not blind.
Of course he isn't. I knew that the first time we met.
How did you know?
Quite simple. That dog there. He called it Rex. Referred to it as him.
That is the dog's name, my friend.
Precisely. You said it was a seeing eye dog, thereby explaining its presence and proving your blindness. You overlooked one little fact, however.
Which was?
All seeing eye dogs are female.
Oh, I say, sir, how fascinating.
So I knew our Mr. Chandler was a phony from the beginning.
But those shots, the attempt on his life.
Equally phony. His bodyguard helped him put on that little entertainment.
You're talking through your hat.
I'm afraid not. The dog proved that.
But the dog did nothing during the shooting.
Exactly. That's what made me suspicious. If you remember, he growled at our entrance. If the assassin had been a stranger, surely he would have growled again.
You're right, Drummond.
He didn't. Therefore, I knew the man behind the gun was no stranger. Chandler's bodyguard filled the bill.
My apologies, Captain Drummond. I took you for a fool. You're not. And now, go get him, Rex. Get out of my way,
How are you, Drummond?
He left at my throat, but I beat him off.
Chandler and that thug ran out with a dog.
We've got to go after them. Oh, there's a gang outside. Lock that door. May not be much good. It's half glass, but they've shot the glass out. Get down the floor. They'll see you if you stand.
What next, sir?
They won't rush us while I've got this gun, and at least while they think I've got a gun.
What's wrong?
Oh, the bloody thing's jammed. Useless. There's nothing to stop them from just walking in if they knew.
Captain Drummond, I should advise against resistance. You'll only be killed.
What do you offer if we surrender?
A quicker death.
How'd you like to go to blazes? And don't forget, there are 6 bullets in my gun.
And I'll take some of you with me. Where does that window lead to?
Roof of the next building, but we can't get to it. It's in full view of the door.
Yes, they shoot us down.
Captain Drummond, sir, I'm nearer the window than either of you.
You'd never make it.
Worse than if I don't look me up in my next incarnation.
Denny, I won't permit
Cheerio, sir.
nerve-smashing climax of our mystery in just a moment.
Every course counts these days. So more and more I'm looking to my desserts to furnish a lot of the food essentials my family needs. A nourishing dessert gives the most sensible and appealing finish to a meal.
Yes, and of all the desserts you could choose, probably none is more healthful and enjoyable than ice cream. Horton's ice cream, for example. Horton's ice cream contains vitamin A, the vitamin that helps guard against infection. It also gives you vitamins B1 and G. Minerals, too, including calcium, to help keep bones and teeth strong. And there are energy-producing elements in Horton's ice cream. It's real food, folks, and mighty delicious, too. Every smooth, rich serving. So do this now.
Put Horton's ice cream on your list to help you plan attractive, nourishing wartime menus.
For Horton's, Hortons, spells nourishment in its most delicious form. It is late at night. We left Drummond, Denny, and the district attorney trapped in an office at the criminal courts building. Denny decides to sacrifice his life in a desperate dash for the open window.
You'll never make Wilson if I don't. Look me up in my next incarnation.
Denny, I won't miss.
Did he make it?
I can't tell.
They're going to rush us.
I know. Where is the door behind the desk lead?
The corridor, a little farther down, that's all.
We'll have to chance it. I'm going to throw this chair at the door they're watching. Then we make a dash for the other, right?
I'm with you.
Here goes, then. Come on. This way, to the stairs. No good. Somebody's down there. Up the stairs, DA.
Right behind you.
We're up at the top of the building.
Which way now?
I don't know.
Come on.
We can't wait, I'm afraid. Let's try this corridor here. Oh, dead end, DA. We could get into one of these rooms. They're locked.
I'm winded, Drummond. I can't run anymore.
Buck up. No place we can run to anyway.
They'll find us in a moment.
Yes. That bookcase along the wall. What part of the building is it?
Legal department, library.
Strange place to die. But, you can't see the top of the bookcase from here, can you?
No, it's too high. Why?
There may be room on top for us to climb up there. Maybe they won't find us. It's our only chance.
It's a slim one, Drummond, but you go ahead. I could never get up.
Nonsense. Here, I'll give you a hand up. Come on.
All right. There you go.
Room up there, Sonny?
Yeah, sorry.
All right, here I come.
Come on.
It's quite a climb. This bookcase isn't very solid, is it? I only hope it doesn't collapse too soon.
I could have sworn they went this way, but I don't see them.
Well, they must be here somewhere.
They ain't in none of them rooms. The doors is locked. They wasn't in any of the other corridors.
We've got to find them.
Sure, we got it, but how?
We'll find them. Go on, Rex. Find them, boy. Find them. There, that's it.
Hey, he's picking up the trail.
Be quiet. Go on, Rex, boy. Go on. Around here somewhere.
Hey, you hear that?
The police.
Yeah, I'm screaming every man for his son.
Wait, we can't let these can't go and let go of me. These men must be killed. I thought you let go. Oh.
That does it. How to get down before this thing breaks down under us. Don't let me go first, yeah?
Right.
Our dog is here. He means business.
The police will be along in a moment.
It'll take them a little time to round those rats up. Looks as if I'll have to tackle that dog barehanded and take my chances.
I don't like this. There's someone coming, Drummond.
Yes, Drummond, sir.
Be careful, Denny. The dog's here.
Here you are.
Have you a gun, Denny?
No, sir. Never carry one.
That dog may attack you.
Oh, no, sir. Here you are, puppy. There you are. You can come down now, sir.
Hello. I'm certainly glad to be back on solid land again, eh, dear?
Definitely. Denny, how on earth did you quiet that dog?
Well, you see, sir, seeing as how I might be one of them myself in the future, I sort of have a tender feeling for them. I suspected the animal was hungry, sir, and after calling the police, I stopped in at a restaurant, and, well, I picked up a lamb chop.
Oh.
So that's what he's working on now, sir.
A lamb chop? Denny, you're incredible.
Oh, not at all, sir. Here, puppy.
We got them all, Drummond. The ship's schedule's to boot.
Good. Clever idea there, though. Posting beggars to watch government buildings all day. Arouse no suspicion that way.
Pardon me, sir, but could and couldn't what?
What on earth? Oh, I see. You mean the first and second beggars they killed?
Yes, sir.
Well, it's very simple, Denny. The first one, Sam, could see. The second one couldn't.
Sam was a phony beggar who pretended to be blind and was killed because he saw too much. That gave me my first inkling of the truth.
You mean you knew he wasn't blind?
Yes. At the morgue, when we looked over his belongings, we found a chamois cloth among them. Now, only a man who needed to keep his glasses clean would carry that around with him. A man who had sight.
Oh, chamois, that's an animal, isn't it, sir?
Yes, Danny. A sort of graceful goat.
Really, sir? Now, I wonder who it might have been.
Bulldog Drummond will be back in just a moment. First, if you're going to serve ice cream for dessert tomorrow evening, you may be counting on running out to get it just before dinner. But if you buy Horton's ice cream in the handy ice tray pack, you won't have to do that. Because by getting the ice tray pack, you can buy Horton's ice cream when you do the rest of your marketing and keep it until dinner. You see, the ice tray pack is especially made to fit right into the freezing compartment of your refrigerator. It keeps the ice cream firm and delicious for hours. So make tomorrow night's dessert a convenient and tempting dessert. Make it Horton's ice cream. Say the delicious vanilla, orange ice, and strawberry combination. Horton's ice cream in the handy ice tray pack. And now here's Bulldog Drummond to tell us about next week's story.
Next week, Jenny and I join a traveling circus, which seems to be running into a series of costly murders. How we trap the dangerous killers makes for one of the most thrilling experiences of my career. Be sure to be with us.
Into the night walks Bulldog Drummond, seeking new adventure and excitement. Join us next week at this same time when Horton's Ice Cream brings you Bulldog Drummond in another thrilling mystery. This is Dan Seymour saying goodnight for Horton's Ice Cream.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Yes, it's Superman, strange visitor from another world who came to Earth with powers and abilities far beyond those of mortal men. Superman who can change the course of mighty rivers, bend steel in his bare hands, and who, disguised as Clark Kent, mild-mannered reporter for a great metropolitan newspaper, fights a never-ending battle for truth, justice, and the American way. But before we join Superman, here is an important message.
Hey, gang, here's the story of two daring Marines who lived in a series of foxholes for 5 long days before they managed to escape. These particular leathernecks got separated from their comrades during a battle.
Come on, boy. Duck into this cave here. Right. We'll be safe enough here. When it gets dark, we'll crawl out. Hey, Sam. There's an American destroyer anchored offshore.
Huh?
If we get down there, we're okay.
They'll catch us, Bill.
Oh, they won't. We'll wait here till it's real dark. And then we'll sneak out, see?
For 5 long nights, these two leathernecks crawled in and out of foxholes, through underbrush, with only a bottle of water and some iron rations. At last...
Bill. Hey, Bill. We're almost there. Look through this hedge. I can see her. Our destroyer. Let's make a run for the beach. Gee, fella. I'm half dead. You go ahead.
Nothing doing, pal. You're coming along with me.
Come on now. Put your arm around my waist. That's it. We'll make a break for it.
Okay. Come on, fella. Into the water. They can't get us there.
Yes, they made it. Now, fellas and girls, for those Marines, it was all in the game. But you and I know that a fella has to be in top-notch physical condition to come through an ordeal like that. And speaking of endurance, here's a tip. None of us can expect to have plenty of zip and energy unless we eat right. And eating right includes getting all our vitamins. And say, I don't know a better way to start getting 2 mighty important vitamins, B1 and D, than by helping yourself to a swell big bowl full of crisp, crunchy Kellogg's Pep every morning. And believe you me, anybody who's had a taste of those grand, sweet-as-a-nut flakes can tell you what a super delicious treat Pep is. So ask your mother to get you a package of swell-tasting Pep tomorrow. And start right away having a mighty good breakfast that's mighty good for you. Remember the name now, Pep. P-E-P. Pep is made by Kellogg's in Battle Creek, Michigan.
And now, the adventures of Superman. As you remember, Editor Perry White has financed the experiments of Dr. Leander Cameron, the eccentric scientist who built a greatly improved model of a mechanical man that can not only speak, see, and walk, but can think for itself as well. Realizing the great value of such a robot to the nation at war, a notorious master criminal called the Vulture stole the model and offered to sell it to the Japanese government. He was prevented from doing this by Superman, who nabbed him in the nick of time, took him to police headquarters, and had him put in jail. As our last episode ended, however, word was received by Perry White that the Vulture, a masterful makeup artist, had escaped and was once again at large. Our scene is now police headquarters. Perry White and Clark Kent are just entering the office of Inspector Henderson. Listen.
Well, Henderson, this is a fine mess, I must say.
No, Perry.
Now, don't you now Perry me? My paper is a force in Metropolis, and by George, if you can't show just cause for letting that man escape, I mean, if you can't prove that this isn't criminal negligence on your part, I'll plaster this story all over the front page of the Daily Planet and see to it that you're thrown out of office.
Now, hold on, Perry. You're talking as if I deliberately let this man escape.
Sure, take it easy, Chief. Criminals escape all over the country, you know, even from large prisons.
Now, look here, Kent. I suppose I have gotten a little too heated.
Yeah.
But by heaven, Henderson, when I think of Superman capturing this man who, by your own account, is the most notorious criminal in the world...
Yes, and then he escapes. I know, Perry, I know.
No, you don't know a tenth of it. Do you realize what this escape means, Henderson?
Of course. It means that the master criminal's at large.
It means more than that. It means that once again he'll try to get his hands on the model of the mechanical man.
Exactly.
Now, you've nothing to worry about there. You told me that you yourself had seen the model deposited in the vault of the Metropolis City Bank.
Vault. What do vaults mean to a man of this caliber? This man is the Vulture, the Houdini of the underworld. If he could break out of your prison here, he can certainly break into a vault.
Wait a minute, Chief.
Oh, really, Perry, you're getting much too excited. I know those vaults at the bank. He couldn't possibly break into them.
All right. But if anything happens, well, never mind. How did the Vulture escape?
Well, he sawed through the bars of his cell window with a hacksaw.
What?
Inspector, you don't really mean he got away with an old trick like that?
Yes, Kent, he did.
But didn't you search him thoroughly before putting him into a cell?
Perry, we certainly did. We gave him a thorough going over. He was stripped clean and every bit of his clothing examined carefully.
Then where the devil did he get that hacksaw blade?
You got me. It couldn't have been passed to him because no one was allowed to see him. As for the guards, everyone is trustworthy. Been with me for years.
I think I know how he did it.
What, you do? Kent, if you can explain, I'll be in your debt for life.
May I see the blade?
You certainly may. I have it right here in my desk drawer. There. Here it is, wrapped in tissue. Yeah, there you are.
Well, start explaining.
Just as I thought.
Explaining.
Just as I thought.
Explaining.
Just as I thought. This man really is a clever criminal. And I'm afraid he deserves the title I've given him, Houdini of the Underworld. He's even borrowed one of Houdini's tricks.
Well, what do you mean, Kent?
Yes, Kent, for heaven's sake,
I'm not
explain.
sure of this, since I never knew Houdini personally, but someone once told me that Houdini could conceal things in his throat.
What's that?
Yes, getting the idea from circus sword swallowers, Houdini learned to hold something inside his throat merely by contracting the muscles at the side of his throat. As I understand it, he used to carry a small lockpick, a file, or even a specially constructed hacksaw blade in just that way.
Amazing.
And this little instrument here is certainly no ordinary hacksaw blade. No, the Vulture obviously had it constructed especially for that purpose.
Kent, I believe you're right. You must be right. There's no other way he could have done it.
Well, I'll be hanged. Concealed inside his throat. Why, it's amazing. It's unbelievable.
Well, it must be true, Mr. White. By the way, what are you doing about the Vulture, Inspector?
Well, for one thing, there's a statewide alarm for him.
Oh, well, then as soon as he's located, your men will bring him in. They're pretty sure to find him.
I wish I could be as sure. The Vulture's awfully tricky. The police force of the entire nation have been after him for years. That's why I was so overjoyed when Superman brought him in.
Yes, and that's why I was so burned up over his escape.
It's too bad he gave you the slip, but there's no point in crying about it now. The important thing is we've got to see to it that he doesn't get his hands on that model of the mechanical man.
Oh, well, that's safe in the bank vault. I don't see how he can get it.
And you didn't see how he could escape either.
No, Perry.
Well, however it is, we've got to be sure. Let's see, what time is it?
Almost 7.
The bank is closed now, but I think this will be worth our trouble.
What will be worth our trouble? What do you want to do?
Now, look, Mr. White, you know the president of the bank, don't you?
Yes, so what?
I want you to call him and have him meet us at the bank in, say half an hour.
Yes, but...
Inspector, I want you to give us a squad of men to stand guard at that vault as long as the model remains in it.
Oh, gladly, Kent, gladly.
But I want to go even further than that.
Yeah?
I want to be absolutely sure the model is really inside that vault before we post a guard. That's why I want the bank president to come down and open it.
Oh, now I see what you're driving at. We'll open the vault, make sure the model is there, then post the police guard.
Exactly. And that way, nothing can possibly go wrong.
Very good. Excellent idea, Kent. I'll rest easier when that's done.
Look here, Kent. You don't really think the vulture's gotten to that vault already?
Well, you never know, and we shouldn't take any chances.
I guess you're right.
Here's the phone, Chief. You better call the president of the bank right away.
Right. Now, let's see now. What's his home number? Oh, yes. ME498.
A short while later, Clark Kent, Editor White, Inspector Henderson, and a police squad meet the president of the Metropolis City Bank outside the door of the bank.
And, of course, I'll do anything you say, Perry, but this doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, perhaps not, John, but believe me, it is important.
We just want to be sure the model of the mechanical man is actually in the vault before posting a guard, Mr. Parsons. Very well. Wait just 1 minute. I'll ring for the night watchman. I can't understand your not believing that the model is there because...
We don't believe it's been stolen. We just want to be sure. The man who's after it is probably the cleverest criminal in the world, and we're just not taking any chances.
Clever or not, he'd never get into our vaults, I can tell you that. Ah, here comes the watchman now. He's a new man.
Yes, what is it?
Your name, Hawkins?
Yes, sir. Oh, you must be Mr. Parsons, the president. You telephoned a little while ago and said you'd be coming down.
Yes. You can unlock that grilled railing, Hawkins.
Yes, sir.
Bring him in, Henderson.
All right, man, this way.
Okay.
Now, show us to the vaults, Hawkins.
Yes, sir. This way. Can you see all right in the glow of my flashlight?
Oh, yes. But you'd better snap on the lights in the vaults when we get there.
Yes, sir. Down these steps. Here we are. I'll just snap on these lights.
Ah, that's the vault there.
Yes, I'll open it for you, Perry.
Oh, thanks, John.
Won't take a minute. Not when you know the combination. Now then, let's see. Ah, there we are. Now to turn this handle. Here she comes. There's an automatic light inside. Oh, yes, I see the model all right. Safe and sound, thank heavens.
No, we better be sure, though. Let's have it out here and make certain it's really the model and not just a dummy substitute.
You're right, Chief. It's best to be thorough. Suit yourself.
I'll get it, sir, in just a minute. Here you are, gentlemen.
That's the model, all right, complete with control panel. Well, I'm satisfied. You, Chief? Inspector?
Looks okay to me.
Yes. Here, put it back.
Yes, sir.
And lock the vault, Hawkins, while we're still here.
Yes, sir.
All right, Inspector. You can post your guard now.
Right, Perry. And let me tell you, the vote will never get past these men.
Well, I hope not. Mr. Parsons, is that door properly locked? It certainly is, Mr. Kent. No one can get in or out without the combination. And only our vice president and I know that.
Good. Well, my mind's at rest. Vulture or no vulture, I'll sleep peacefully tonight. You'll be here in the morning, John?
Yes, Perry. Why?
Well, I've got to demonstrate that model for Colonel Young of the Air Corps at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'd like to pick up the model at, say, 9:30, huh?
I'll be here, never fear. See you then at 9:30 tomorrow.
The following morning at 9:30, Clark Kent and Perry White enter the office of John Parsons, president of the Metropolis City Bank.
Well, Perry, right on time, I see.
Yes, I have to be. As I told you, Colonel Young is meeting me at my office at 10.
Can we go right down to the vault, Mr. Parsons? I want to get that model. Certainly, Mr. Kent. Come along. Here's a private staircase leading down from my office. Through this door. I hope you slept well last night, Perry, after all those precautions you took.
It's a funny thing, but I just couldn't sleep. My nature, I guess. Once I start worrying about something, I just can't get it out of my head.
Can't blame you for that. Ah, here we are. Now, there's Inspector Henderson's police guard, still on duty, you see.
Yeah, so I see. Morning, Sergeant.
Morning, sir.
Everything all right during the night?
Everything just perfect, sir. No one even tried to get past us.
Good. Well, open her up, John, and I'll take the mechanical man with me. Oh, by the way, Sergeant, I called the inspector this morning before coming over. You and your men are to act as bodyguard to my office.
Okay, sir. Glad to.
There we are. Now then, I'll just turn this handle and open comes the door of the vault.
I'll certainly be glad when this business is over and done with. Hand the model out, John. John.
Perry. Mr. Parsons, what is it, sir?
Well, John, why are you looking at me like that? You can't mean...
Oh, no, it can't be. It couldn't be.
It's gone.
The model of your mechanical man is gone. And look, this was lying in its place. A tiny wooden carving of a bird. A vulture.
Once again, the vulture has struck. But how did he accomplish it? In just a moment, we'll return to the adventures of Superman. But right now, here is another important message.
Say, gang, my pal Jerry Link is in training now for the basketball team, and he comes home mighty hungry these days. Now, of course, he's got to go easy on sweets and pastries. But he solved that one all right. He just pours himself a big bowl full of Kellogg's Pep with plenty of milk. And boy, does it hit the spot. You see, Pep is made from the very choicest parts of sun-ripened wheat. So you get plenty of real, flavorsome goodness right from the start. And then it's carefully toasted so as to make it extra crisp, extra good fun to eat. In fact, Pep is really good for you as well as grand tasting. So if you've been missing out on this grand treat so far, don't pass it up any longer. Ask your mother to get you a package of delicious Kellogg's Pep tomorrow. And remember...
Hep, hep, get in step. Make your cereal Pep.
And now, back to Superman. Well, what do you think is the solution to this latest puzzle? How did the Vulture get past the police guard and steal the Mechanical Man again? There are exciting adventures in store for us in our next episode, so be sure to tune in Monday. And every day, Monday through Friday, same time, same station. Tune in and follow The Adventures of Superman.
Faster than a speeding bullet. More powerful than a locomotive. Able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look! Up in the sky! It's a bird!
It's a plane!
It's Superman!
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations. And nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! Faster, boy, faster! Hi-yo, Silver!
The glow of a campfire softly silhouetted the figures of an Indian and a boy who sat cross-legged in its circle of light. From far back in the arroyo where they were camped came the mournful hoot of an owl, and night settled over the prairie with a blanket of stars. The boy watched as the Indian fed brushwood to the flames, and the fire leaped upward to reveal the features of Tonto and Dan Reed, the 14-year-old nephew of the Lone Ranger.
Golly, this is a swell life. Cooking your meals over a campfire and sleeping under the stars.
Oh, range life plenty fine.
Well, I want to live in the open, too. I mean as much as you and the Lone Ranger do.
Lone Ranger like to hear you say that.
Gosh, I wish he was here.
Oh, him come by and by. And we three ride together.
We three. Somehow I still can't believe it's true. I mean, my being the Lone Ranger's nephew and everything.
You and Lone Ranger like in plenty ways, Dan.
You mean some of the things I do and say reminds you of him? Gosh. I want to be like him in as many ways as I can. But sure good to hear you say it, Tonto. You know, I keep wondering.
What you wonder about?
About the adventures you and the Lone Ranger had. The things you've accomplished together. Most of what I know about you are the stories Gran used to tell me. I always dreamed that someday I'd meet the Lone Ranger. I guess that's why I was so taken in by Greg, the outlaw who impersonated him just before you two came to Copperville.
And that not first time outlaw masquerade as Lone Ranger.
You mean criminals have impersonated him before?
That right?
Well, tell me about one of them.
You listen. Me tell you about time not long ago. Crooks not only masquerade as Lone Ranger, but Tonto, too. One time, at midnight in Bear Ridge, only cafe show sign of life. Then guns bark. Two men rush out a swinging door.
There they go! The masked man's riding the white horse!
Yeah, the engine's on the paint.
They shot the barkeep.
Stole the cash, too.
After him, boys! Come on!
Another time, customer enter Western Express office. Him find safe open and manager bound and gagged.
Hey, who did it?
A masked fella and an infant. They robbed the safe.
Sounds like the same two held up the cafe.
Yeah, heard them right off. The masked man called his horse Silver.
Then driver and guard of Overland State held up by outlaw. Outlaw escape.
Shoot him, Tom.
They emptied the bullets. I'll have to load her.
Too late. They're riding round the bend.
They won't get far. They're too easy to recognize.
Sure. A tall hombre wearing a white hat and a black mask.
And an engine called Tonto.
Get up. Yeah, boy. Come on. Get up there.
Those men, the ones who robbed the cafe and the express office and the stage, were they pretending to be you and the Lone Ranger?
That right. But we not know that till later.
Well, how'd you find out about it?
Well, we ride trail to town. Sun plenty hot. Make it hard for horses. Then Silver and Scout see creek ahead. Them go plenty fast.
The horses are thirsty again, Tonto.
Them work plenty hard.
We let them drink at that creek. That should satisfy them until we reach Bear Ridge.
Bear Ridge? Not far now.
Steady, big fella. We draw fresh water for our canteens while we're here.
Sun make it plenty hot.
There you are, Silver.
You drink too, Scout. Me fill canteens. There. They're yours.
Thanks, Tonto.
Now me fill mine.
That's enough, Silver. There's still some riding to do.
Come, Scout.
All right, Tonto.
You look there.
Two men shooting at us. Couldn't put us in a worse position. There's no cover here. Before we could ride them down, they'd pick us off from behind those boulders.
What we do?
Pretend you're hit, Tonto. I'll fire a few shots and then do the same.
Me savvy.
Bring your guns into the open.
Got him. Come on, Hank. Get up there.
Can you see who they are, Tonto?
Two men. Look like prospectors.
Prospectors? That's strange.
Well, looks like that reward is as good as ours, Luke.
Yeah, $500.
Let's take a look at them two.
The other one, Tonto.
Let me get him. Look out, Luke. They tricked us. You slippery coyote. You not shoot.
I'll take that gun.
My jaw feels like it's busted.
I don't like to be ambushed.
Doggone you, Redskin. My face is as sore as a boil.
Who are you?
Hank Stewart and Luke Peters. Two old fools who don't have the sense of a hoot owl. By Juniper, when I think that we had you critters corralled and then let you trick us out of the reward...
What reward?
It's no use playing innocent, mister. We know all about you two outlaws.
Darn tootin' we do. You held up the stage, express office, and the cafe, and killed the barkeep.
Oh, you make mistake.
Don't deny it. We saw you rob the cafe, both of you. And you, mister, you're wearing the same white hat and black mask you wore on all them crooked jobs you pulled.
Oh?
You called your sidekick Tonto, too.
I see.
We not outlaws.
Wait, Tonto.
You'd better clear out of these parts, mister. We don't want your kind around Bear Ridge.
Luke's right. You want to stay healthy, vamoose. Or mark my words, mister, you'll tempt a noose.
Steady, big fella. We may meet again. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Golly, what did you and the Lone Ranger do then?
We ride to Bear Ridge.
But with the reward notices posted and everything, that's just a place where somebody'd be sure to spot you.
That Lone Ranger's plan. At same time, Sheriff have visitor in office. We learn about it later.
Come in. Well, howdy, Banker Holmes. Didn't expect to see you.
Only half a minute, Sheriff, but I wanted to see you about something important.
Why, sure. I reckon you know my deputy, Cobb Morgan.
Oh, of course.
Howdy. What's on your mind, Mr. Holmes?
Well, to come to the point, Sheriff, it's those two outlaws, the masked man and the Indian. They've staged some mighty successful holdups in this town.
You mean to say they've got you worried, too? On account of your bank, eh?
Well, frankly, yes. And right now, more than ever.
What do you mean?
Well, the Bear Ridge Mining Company deposited a large amount of gold in my bank for safekeeping today.
Yeah?
$10,000 worth. And if anything happened to it, I just couldn't make up the loss.
Oh, I savvy. You got a suspicion something might happen to it, huh?
Well, I can't be sure. But the masked man and the Indian seem to know just where to strike to make away with the richest holes.
Yeah, I never thought of that before.
That's why I came to you, Sheriff. I wanted to ask a favor. Naturally, I'll make it worth your while.
Go ahead and speak your mind, Mr. Holmes.
Well, I've arranged to have the gold shipped by tomorrow's stage to the bank in Barton. It'll be much safer there. And there'll be a strong guard to see that the stage gets through.
Well, then what do you want of me?
Well, I want you and your deputy here to stand guard over the gold at the bank tonight, Sheriff. My regular bank guard is sick, and I don't want to risk anything happening to the gold before I can ship it to Barton.
Yeah, I reckon you're right.
We'll be glad to oblige you by watching over the gold, Mr. Holmes. Now, Sheriff?
Why, sure. No trouble at all.
You don't know what a load you've taken off my mind. I'll be working in my office until late tonight. I'll wait for you.
Yeah.
Well, good day.
Just one thing more.
Yes?
You better not mention anyone else that Cobb and me will be standing guard at the bank.
Well, why not? Is there any reason why...
Just a precaution, Mr. Holmes. You see, if word got out about it, the masked man and the Injun might suspicion we were watching over something valuable and raid the bank for the gold.
Well, of course, I didn't think of that. I won't mention it to us all.
See you tonight, Mr. Holmes.
We wouldn't miss that appointment for anything.
Good day.
Good day.
Bye.
The old coot. Worrying about all that gold in his bank.
And then telling us about it.
He wouldn't have been so loose with his tongue if he knew about our little masquerade, huh, Cobb?
With you disguised as the Lone Ranger and me as Tonto, nobody will ever know the difference.
Yeah. Folks around here never heard of them two anyway. So far as they know, they're outlaws.
Yeah, we took good care to make people believe that.
It's a good thing you're part Injun, Cobb.
Yeah, talking Injun's a cinch for me. Me talk heap like Injun fella. Huh?
Yeah, Holmes thinks we're doing him a favor by taking care of the gold.
You'll never know what kind. As soon as we get there, we'll shut his mouth for keeps. So we can't be blamed for letting the gold get away.
Yeah. Folks will think it was the masked man, the Injun. Just as before.
Sheriff!
Hey, who's that coming?
Sheriff! Luke and me's got news for you. We saw the masked man and the Injun.
Yeah, them two outlaws you're searching for. Hank and me ambushed them out on the trail.
Yeah, but they got away.
You mean it?
Stop where you are.
Hold him, Virginia! You'll have to catch us first. Come on, Silver. Come on, Scout.
Look, it's...
There's the masked man and the Injun. They're riding out of town.
Oh, and thunder... What are you waiting for? Get after him.
Come on, Sheriff.
But, Cobb, if we
Quit gabbing. A body would think you wanted them two to get away.
All right, Cobb. Form a posse. We'll track them killers down.
While Sheriff form posse, Lone Ranger and me make getaway.
Must have taken some fast and fancy riding to dodge those bullets while you were in town.
We make use of old Indian trick. Ride horses in crooked lines.
But where'd you go?
We stop in ravine, maybe 5 miles from Bear Ridge.
Oh, Silver, boy.
Oh, Scout, oh, fella, We camped too near town. They find us here plenty quick.
Steady, big fella. I want them to, Tonto.
Oh, that's why you shoot guns in front of jail,
Yes.
huh?
I wanted the sheriff to follow us.
Unsaddle Silver. Chief Scout ready to ride.
Me not savvy.
We'll make the men who are impersonating us tip their hand, Tonto.
How?
I'm going to be captured and thrown in jail.
Me not.
The outlaws can't impersonate us as long as I'm in custody.
That's right.
To continue their masquerade, they'll have to set me free.
Oh, then we know who outlaws are, huh? Now, me savvy. You take big risk, Kimasabi. Lawmen think you killer.
Not too big.
Them take off mask.
I've already disguised my face. That should be the sheriff and his men now.
Steady, Scout, steady.
You've got to get away, Tonto. That's why I didn't let them take me in town. When they see Silver unsaddled, they'll believe they caught me off guard. I'll fire a few shots to make them think I'm trying to stand them off.
The engine's ready to ride. Faster, boys. You'll get away.
I'm going, Tonto.
Get off, Scout.
The engine's getting away. Hold on, his guns are with brilliant.
Come and get them.
All right, boys, close in!
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. The shadows of night thickened in the arroyo where Dan Reed listened raptly to Tonto's tale of adventure from the Lone Ranger's past. And the Indian laid more brushwood on the dying fire. The flames licked hungrily at the brush, and Tonto's face, as he resumed his story, was boldly outlined by their glow.
Sheriff take Lone Ranger to jail, lock him in cell.
Did he take off the Lone Ranger's mask?
But him not see Lone Ranger's face. Him see disguise.
I bet the sheriff sure hated to arrest him. Cobb, too. Especially with the new crooked scheme they had up their sleeves.
Oh, them plenty mad. But we not know about that till later.
All the blasted luck. This beats everything.
Yeah. Just when we were set to collect $10,000 in gold.
Folks would never believe a masked man robbed the bank when he's sitting right there in jail.
Something mighty funny about the way he was caught, anyway.
We gave him every chance to escape we could.
Yeah. You know, he acted almost like he wanted to be captured.
Guess this puts a period to our pulling any more jobs disguised as a Lone Ranger and a Redskin.
Well, we still have a chance. A slim one.
Yeah, what's that?
The Injun, Tonto. He got away.
Yeah, I saw him.
And them two are as thick as burrs. The Redskin will do everything he can to get the masked man out of jail.
I guess you're right.
Maybe I could even bust him free myself, disguised as the Injun.
Wait a minute.
Huh?
You gave me an idea.
Let's hear it.
There's a noose hanging over the masked man for killing the barkeep.
What of it?
If he had to break jail to escape a hangnaut, he'd go, wouldn't he?
Reckon he would.
And if the Injun was seen with him outside, folks would figure he broke him loose, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
And if they both went free, they'd be blamed for any jobs we wanted to pull. Ain't that so?
What are you driving at?
Just this. I wouldn't be surprised if the masked man was threatened with a noose tonight, Cobb. A lynch noose. A lot of the boys are pretty angry about the killing of the barkeep. Shouldn't take but a mite of your persuasion to stir him up.
I got you.
With a lynch mob at his heels, I reckon even the Lone Ranger ain't brave enough to show his face in Bear Ridge again.
Cobb Morgan roused crowd into lynch mob in cafe where bartender was killed.
Are you men going to stand here right on the spot where the barkeep was shot? While this murderer goes free?
Angry crowd marched to courthouse.
You all know who the killer is. He's sitting in his jail cell while his friends work to turn him loose. Is that justice? No. Get a rope.
Cobb Morgan make crowd angry. Them want to break into jail.
And hang the Lone Ranger. Well, gosh, it hardly seems possible that even an angry mob would want to do that.
Oh, them not know him Lone Ranger. Them only think him killer. Want revenge.
It's men like Cobb Morgan who should be hanged. Men who arouse innocent people to violence.
That's right, Dan. But them too mad to think now. Them marched to jail.
Don't try anything funny, mister. I'm holding a gun on you.
So I see, Sheriff.
You're in a right bad spot. You savvy that?
Yes, it's a lynch mob.
They're coming for you.
Don't they believe in giving a man a fair trial?
Well, that all depends on who the man is. In your case, it ain't likely you'll live to see a trial.
I see.
There's times when no number of lawmen can prevent a mob from storming a jail and lynching a prisoner. This is likely to be one.
Oh?
But I ain't hankering to see you lynched any more than you are. That's why I'm here.
What do you mean?
I'd sooner see a man escape than see him lynched.
Naturally, I'd rather escape.
There's just one thing. If you'll give me your word, you'll never commit another crime in these parts.
You're convinced that I'm the outlaw?
Well, of course I am. Your description is a dead ringer for the one given me by everybody who saw the killer. Now, if you promise to vamoose...
Then what?
I'll arrange it for you to make a getaway.
To avoid the lynching, you'll let me escape?
Yep. You ain't got no time to lose. That mob will be here any minute.
I'll need my mask and my gun.
Yeah, I brought them with me. Your horse is hitched around to the side.
Silver? Yes, I know.
How could you? Can't see him from this window.
My Indian friend told me.
Your Indian friend? Is he waiting outside?
I'm sure he is. Wait.
Say, that's slick.
I'm ready, Sheriff.
Then come on. This way.
Tonto.
Me here.
You bring the horses?
And wait in shadows.
We'll have to ride through that mob.
Oh, that's plenty dangerous.
I know, Kimosabe, but there's no other way. Here, Silver.
Come, Scout.
Steady. Ready, Tonto?
Me ready.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Get back, all of you.
You ain't getting away. Bring him from the sand.
Get back. I don't want to hurt you.
Close ranks. Don't let him through.
You're not close range.
All right, Silver.
Look out, that white horse. He'll run us down.
Let me out of here.
Let him through. That white son and he'll run us down. Let him through, I tell you.
Come on, Silver.
Get him up. Out. They're getting away.
Shoot him. We ride plenty fast. Soon outride lynch mob.
Well, the mob might have dragged you and the Lone Ranger from your saddles, and, well, anything could have happened.
Oh, Silver, not let him get near.
Oh, gosh, what a horse. Someday I hope to have him on my own, just like Silver.
Maybe you get one sooner than you think, Dan.
Well, where did you and the Lone Ranger ride?
We ride to Ravine, where we camped before.
The lynch mob interrupted our plan, Tonto.
The
crowd marched on the jail before the outlaws were given a chance to free me.
Them led by Cobb Morgan.
Cobb Morgan? He's the sheriff's deputy.
That's right.
Why would he lead a lynch mob?
Me not know.
Wait.
What you think?
The sheriff set me free because of the mob. And the sheriff's deputy aroused the mob. Our plan worked.
What you mean?
Cobb Morgan organized that lynch mob for one reason. To give the sheriff an excuse to set me free.
Them outlaws?
Yes. Those are the two who disguise themselves as us. Assuming they've scared us away from Bear Ridge, they'll continue.
And what we do?
We're riding back to town, Tonto.
That you, Cobb?
Yeah.
Where'd you hitch the horses? The white one in the paint?
Behind a clump of trees in back of the bank. Nobody will spot him there in the dark.
I don't reckon not. We ought to make our getaway without anyone seeing us till we're ready.
Yeah. And with you in a white head and black mask to look like the Lone Ranger, and me dressed in buckskin to resemble the Injun, them that see us will think it's the same two outlaws up to their old tricks.
Nobody will suspicion the sheriff and his deputy.
We better be moving. Ain't no point in keeping all that gold waiting.
Yeah. Or old Holmes either. Come on.
Here's the front entrance.
There's a light back in the banker's office.
Yeah, I reckon he's waiting for us. That is, the sheriff and his deputy, just like he said.
Go ahead in.
Got your gun handy?
Yeah.
Follow me.
Is that you, Sheriff?
If he makes a wrong move, let him have it, Cobb.
Who is it? Answer me, I'll...
Iced your hands, Holmes.
Masked man.
You lift them hands plenty fast.
And the Indian.
We've come for the gold. $10,000 worth. Where is it?
How'd you know about the gold?
It's our business to know.
You get him gold plenty quick. Me shoot.
I won't give it to you. It isn't mine.
And you'll never miss it. Better start moving, mister. I've got an itching trigger finger.
Maybe him think sheriff come. Save him gold. Huh?
Yeah. Up to it, Holmes.
You don't give me any choice. It's all packed in that safe.
You'd better be right. We don't like mistakes when they're made at our expense.
It's all there. I packed it away myself.
Me soon find out.
Yeah, and while you're about it, stow it in them saddlebags.
You won't get away with this.
Still counting on the sheriff to show up and save the gold, eh? Well, he ain't coming.
What makes you so sure?
He's already here.
I don't... Wait. I have a voice. I've heard it before.
Sure. In the sheriff's office.
The sheriff's office? You're the sheriff.
Yeah.
You're the outlaws, too. You and your deputy.
Yeah, that's right.
To think that I told you two about the gold.
You ain't the only one to be taken in.
Maybe not, but I'm the last. I'll expose you before the whole town.
No, you won't, Holmes. You won't live that long.
You don't mean that
It wouldn't be smart to leave you around with a wagging tongue. So we aim to take care of that matter in proper style.
Oh, no, don't shoot. I'll give you more money, all that I have.
Sorry, mister. We're handing you a one-way ticket to Boot Hill. Ready, Tonto?
You call me?
What the...
It's a real Tonto, Sheriff.
Drill him, cop.
I'll show him. Shoot. Now's your chance. Riddle him.
Yeah.
Drop that gun.
Oh, Wingby.
Didn't think we'd meet again so soon, huh, Sheriff?
The Lone Ranger.
Take his mask, Tonto.
Me get it.
Here's your prisoner, Marshal, unmasked.
Ornery rat. Pretending to be tracking down outlaws. And all the time, you and your crooked deputy pull the worst jobs of all.
The Marshal. How did you
the Lone Ranger and Tonto trailed you two here. And went to get me.
For these disguises, the number of people who have witnessed our crimes, you have all the evidence you need to charge them with murder.
No, not that.
Rope talk doesn't sound so pretty when it's referring to you, huh, Cobb?
Well, I'm glad there's one honest lawman in this county, Marshal. I can thank you for saving a fortune in gold. You and that... Why, they're gone.
Those two never wait for thanks.
Never wait for thanks. That's what I remember most from the stories about the Lone Ranger Gran used to tell. Gosh, I can see him riding away now, heading silver into the night.
Hi-yo, Silver!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
In person, Dinah Shore.
ladies and gentlemen. Hiya, fellas.
Yes, in person, Dinah Shore, with Gordon Jenkins and his orchestra in her own show. Dinah herself with words and music for everybody, especially for our boys in the service and the girls they left behind them. Brought to you by Bristol Myers Company, with a suggestion that you make Mum your word for charm. That's M-U-M, Mum. For our first number tonight, Dinah Shore sings Hip Hip Hooray.
Hip, hip, hooray. We're living in the USA. Come on, you Yanks, and holler thanks. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip, hooray. Americans will always say, we like it here, stand up and cheer. Hip, hip, hooray. Every girl and boy can find romance beneath star-spangled skies. There's always fun for everyone in our land of paradise. Hip, hip, hooray. We're living in the USA. Let freedom ring, come on and sing hooray. Hip, hip, hooray.
That was really swell, Dinah.
Thank you, Truman.
You know, you really sound full of pep tonight.
Well, maybe the song inspired me. I feel just like shouting hip, hip, hooray. How about you?
No, I got troubles.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I gotta figure out my income tax, too. But come on, True, cheer up. Let's think about something pleasant.
Okay, name 3 pleasant things.
Well, people you like, and beautiful pictures to enjoy, and lovely sentiments such as... You'd be so nice to come home to. You'd be so nice by the fire, while the breeze on high sang a lullaby. You'd be all that I could desire under stars, chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and love. Under stars chilled by the winter, under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice, you'd be paradise to come home to and love.
Who are you writing all those letters to, sailor? Heck, looks like you're writing enough letters for this whole ship.
Well, that letter's to my mom. This one's to my cousin Joe. He's a sergeant, a technical sergeant in the Army. This one's to Emily. She's my girl.
Oh, excuse me, Joe. I didn't mean to look, but I couldn't help noticing the number on that page. Page 8. Boy, I bet the postman on her block wishes you'd just say, I love you, and let it go at that.
Well, now, chances are, once Joe starts to write to his girl, she comes to his mind clearly, and he just has to keep on talking to her. Yes, I'll bet he can almost see her, smiling, pretty, appealing. Naturally, she is appealing, really dainty. That goes without saying. For a girl who's popular, who rates letters from a soldier, never takes chances with her charm. And why should any girl take chances with charm when it's so easy to banish undaintiness this famous sure way, the Mum way? That's M-U-M, Mum. The snowy white underarm deodorant cream. Mum is sure. Used after your bath, it protects the freshness your bath gives you. Keeps you truly dainty for hours after. Mum is safe. It will not harm your prettiest dress, so you can use it even after you're dressed if you want. Mum is so safe it will not irritate the most sensitive skin. That means you can use it any time and as often as you like. And remember, Mum is quick. It takes only 30 seconds to use Mum. So keep a jar of Mum on your dressing table or in the bathroom so you can use it after every bath. Yes, always keep dainty this quick way, this safe way, this sure way with Mum. You know, watching you these past weeks, Dinah, I've certainly learned one thing. It's very apparent that you really enjoy singing.
Oh, I do, Truman. I enjoy most anything about singing. For instance, I've always been interested in the backgrounds of songs. That is, how they came to be written, where they originated, etc.
Well, some of them were inspired under pretty dramatic circumstances, as I recall, such as Francis Scott Key's stirring question, "Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave?"
Oh, yes, and many spring from pleasant memories. For instance, when you and I were young, Maggie.
Yeah, and then, of course, a lot of them are strictly from hunger.
Well, as long as you're going to get in that vein, here's one that's strictly from Dixie.
Right. Friends, Dinah sings that good old favorite Dixieland Band.
Did you ever hear the story of the Dixieland Band? Let me tell you, brother, that the music was grand. They had piano and a clarinet. Only thing they needed was a second cornet. And that's what led to the ruin of the Dixieland Band. When the folks would holler for the maple leaf rag, they would get to jumping, but the trumpet would drag. They had to keep him 'cause he played so sweet, but they needed someone who could give them a beat, someone who swung with the rhythm of the Dixieland Band. He'd play so sweetly, instead of playing, he'd play so sweetly, they'd be saying, well, sure enough, he got him so they couldn't play right. Finally, he fixed them on a Saturday night. He hit a note that was off the chord. Apoplexy got him, and they went to the Lord. And that's the pitiful story of the Dixieland Band. Well, now they're up in heaven, and they're happy at last, because they found a trumpet man who really can blast. The way he swings them is an awful shame. He can really do it. Gabriel is his name. And now, folks, here is the sample. Listen to the Dixieland Band. If you hear a trumpet start to play, don't you be afraid that it's the judgment day, 'cause it's just Mr. Gabriel sounding his air. And the Dixieland Band is fixing to play.
Men in service, the mail call. This is Dinah Shore's memory medley of the week. Song selected by the girls back home and dedicated to you fellows. Right, Dinah?
Right, Truman. Tonight's memory medley is about as varied as any we've ever had. When all the requests were in and counted, these three led the list. I Can't Get Started With You, Honeysuckle Rose, and Why Don't You Fall in Love With Me?
I've flown around the world in a plane. I've settled revolutions in Spain. The North Pole I have charted. Still I can't get started with you. Around the golf course I'm under par, and all the movies want me to star. I've got a house, a showplace, still I can't get no place with you. You're so supreme. Lyrics I write of you scheme, both day and night of you dream, just for the sight of you. And what good does it do? I've been consulted by Franklin D. and Gary Cooper's asked me to tea. But now I'm so downhearted, I can't get started with you. Honeybee fills with jealousy when they see you out with me. I don't blame them, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. Oh, when I'm taking sips from your tasty lips, it seems the honey fairly drips. Your confection, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. Oh, don't buy sugar. You just have to touch my cup. You're my sugar. It's sweet when you stir it up. When I'm passing by, flowers droop and sigh, and I know the reason why. You're much sweeter, goodness knows. Honeysuckle rose. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, please, why don't you fall for me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? Next week, all you fellas in the service from us girls at home. Night, girls. Night, fellas. Night, everybody.
Remember, next week at this same time, in person, Dinah Shore, same station. And won't you also remember, ladies and gentlemen, to make Mum your word for charm? Get a jar of Mum. That's M-U-M, Mum, from your druggist tomorrow. Truman Bradley speaking.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the Blue Network.
KECA, Los Angeles.
It's 8:30.
It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up America and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike acts as host at a coast-to-coast quiz party. You provide the questions and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information Please. And now light up a lucky strike as I present our master of ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, well, here we are back in New York after our little trip to Philadelphia last week for the Treasury Department. If you didn't hear it then, I may say that we reported a sale of $3,337,183. We repeat the sum again with some pride, $3,337,183. And this is not the last time that Hirohito and Hitler will hear from Information Please. Now tonight, coasting along in our usual manner, spontaneous and informal as ever, Information Please offers, as its board of experts, Franklin P. Adams and John Kieran, now regularly installed as columnists in the New York Sun and other papers, and as our two guests, the music critic and composer, Deems Taylor, and the favorite of stage and screen, Mr. Charles Coburn, whom you may have seen most recently in George Washington Slept Here. And by the way, we'd like to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada for voting Information Please their favorite quiz program in the annual World Telegram poll. We also came in second in the all-program stakes. We lost by a nose, in this case rather an odd one, because it was Mr. Bob Hope's. We feel honored, and we'll try to do as well again next year. And now for our first question from Jules Sweeney of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, now famous as the birthplace of Oscar Levant. Whose career could be summed up in these words? Let's get 2 out of 3 if we can. Stevedore to champion. Whose career could be summed up in those 3 words? Stevedore to champion.
Is that a prize fighter?
Keep going.
Well, Jimmy Braddock was
That's right. Jimmy Braddock, yes. Started as a stevedore, ended up as a champion. Now, how about another quick biography? Barroom to poet laureate. Apparently that is more familiar to these gentlemen. Mr. Adams.
John Masefield.
Yes. What barroom, Mr. Adams, did he start in?
Something in Yonkers.
Yes, it was.
No, that was a carpet company in Yonkers.
Mr. Taylor, you seem to be more familiar with this barroom.
He worked for the Smith Carpet Company in Yonkers, but he worked in the barroom down in Greenwich Village.
Yes, that's right.
What was the name of it, Frank?
I don't know.
Oh, come, Frank, tell us. Well, whatever the name of it was, Mr. Masefield did start in the humble capacity of a sweeper-upper, I think.
Yes.
And eventually became poet laureate.
He ever got to be a bartender?
No, never did. Now, here's another short biography. Train butcher to scientific wizard. Who was that? Train butcher, Mr. Coburn.
Edison,
yes, Thomas Alva Edison. And off the record, how about this one? If you don't get it, gentlemen, we'll brain you. Program boy to producer. Who was that? Mr. Coburn.
Charles Coburn.
Yes, Mr. Coburn. Now, you see, Mr. Coburn...
I know that. You told me that 5,000 times.
I was going to say Clifton Fadiman.
Never sold programs. Mr. Coburn, where did you start as a program boy?
Savannah, Georgia.
In Savannah, Georgia? And was it an easy rise for you?
No.
Hard, eh? Look where you are now. Mr. Adams.
I think some of the Schubert boys were program boys that later became producers also.
Thank you. That's a very nice bit of information. I'm glad to get it. How's this one from Grace Adams Pierce of Rochester, New York? Here's a Shakespearean question, gentlemen. What Shakespearean character addressed an audience as follows? Just tell me who said these forms of address. Get 2 out of 3 if we can. Here's the first. Most potent, grave, and reverend seniors, Mr. Coburn. Othello. Good work. How does it go on, Mr. Coburn? Do you remember?
Very grave and reverend seniors. That I've taken away this old man's daughter is most true.
That's right, yes. How about this one? Romans, countrymen, and lovers. Now, be careful about this.
I'll try to take all these, because these are cinches for me.
You think so, eh? Go ahead, Mr. Coburn. Let's see.
Friends, countrymen?
I didn't say that. I said Romans, countrymen, and lovers. Take his pride down.
That's different.
But what did you say?
That's different.
Yes, back you go to program boy, Coburn. Mr. Kieran.
I'll take a chance. Was that Brutus?
Yes, it was. Brutus is right. You were going to say
before
that.
He spoke. Before Mark Antony spoke.
Yes. Remember how that line goes on, Mr. Kieran. Romans, countrymen, and lovers, hear me for my cause.
and be silent that she may hear.
That's right, yes. And now the third and last of these modes of address. Now, my co-mates and brothers in exile, Mr. Coburn?
Banished Duke, and as you like it.
Yes, that's quite right. And can you go on with the lines, Mr. Coburn?
No, I don't know that I can.
We can get a waiver from equity. Mr. Kieran?
Hath not occasion made this life more sweet than that of painted pomp and so forth? Sweet are the uses of it.
Just showing off.
Like the toad, venomous and ugly and venomous.
That's right.
Wears yet a precious jewel in his head.
Now, you see, it's very easy. And Taylor, you couldn't have done as well.
Certainly not.
How about this one from Henry B. Riley of Livingston, Montana? From these songs, which the pianist will play for us, tell what is being requested. In other words, you should know what the song is, and there's a phrase in the song requesting something, asking for something. What's being asked for? Let's have the first. Mr. Taylor.
Give me 1 dozen roses.
Is it? I don't think so.
1 dozen roses.
No, play that again. I will say this for the author of 1 Dozen Roses, that he certainly had heard this played at one time.
It's also 1 dozen roses.
Isn't it a little different, though? Just enough to make royalties possible?
Well, he could
just slip by. Yes, this is Give Me That Old-Time Religion.
I like 1 dozen roses.
It may be. It's a later version. Yeah. Old-Time Religion is the right answer.
I was too young at the time.
Now, the second one. Gentlemen, does
I know everything except the title.
Do you know, Deems, what's being played?
Yes.
You do?
Who wrote it? Think of it.
Yes, that's the only trouble. Who did write it? How about a guess?
I'm going out and shoot myself when I hear who did write it.
Now, Adams, you're very good at this sort of thing. How about
No, I never heard that tune.
Never did? Well, it's from Don Giovanni. Does that come back to you now, Mr.
Bang,
Tim?
bang.
Yes.
That's all.
And Laci Darem Lamano.
Yes, go on.
What is, who's requesting what?
I don't care, but it's Mozart, and
It's
I'm
Mozart.
not shot myself.
Give me your hand. May we consider you shot?
Yes.
Okay.
3/4.
That's 1 out of 4, anyway. Now the third and last. Really in Levant's generation. I don't know whether you folks would know it at all.
I bowed out with Mozart.
Mr. Adams?
Never heard of it?
Well, it's Beat Me Daddy 8 to the bar, so a beating is being requested. Made a beautiful record on that, gentleman. 3 wrong out of 3. You should send more than a $50 war bond to Mr. Riley and a set of the Britannica. How about this one from Walter C. Jones of Blissfield, Michigan? Who carried the message sent by the following people? Who carried the message? The Burgesses of Ghent sent a message. Mr. Kieran.
I am Dirk and Joris.
Good. What are you talking about?
Browning's poem.
I sprang to the stirrup.
You see, once Mr. Kieran starts you all know it.
I galloped, Dirk galloped, we galloped all 3.
That's right.
What they brought was good news.
Brought the good news from Ghent to Aix by Browning. And now, Colonel Arthur Wagner sent a message. Who carried it? I get a blank look. No, I don't. I get 4 blank looks. Mr. Adams.
Man named Rowan.
Good work. Who was he?
He took the message to Garcia.
That's right. Mr. Kieran?
Well, history has it that McKinley sent the message.
Well, wasn't he actually dispatched by his superior officer, Colonel Wagner?
He was.
Yes, and I think I read in the papers just the other day that then Lieutenant Rowan died just last week as a colonel.
That's right. He died a week ago in San Francisco in the Army hospital there. But he didn't actually, he carried a verbal message. He had nothing written.
No, nothing
and
written.
And it was McKinley's message.
But McKinley had a ghostwriter.
All right, I won't quibble.
Blondie Ryan. Who carried the message sent by Blondie Ryan? Mr. Kieran.
Western Union.
Western Union is right. Look, for my benefit, Mr. Kieran, will you explain your answer?
The Giants were on a westward swing with a pennant at stake, and they were bogging down along the road. Blondie Ryan was a young shortstop, and he had been injured, and he was left back home, and he sent a short message to this effect. They can't beat us. I'm on my way.
Yes.
And they didn't.
You remember a good deal from your experience as a sports writer, don't you, Mr. Kieran?
Oh, a little.
No. How about
I think
this?
that was sent by postal.
Well, it might have been at that.
I'll never forget it.
We got 2 out of 3 on that. Now, how about this one from Mrs. Cecilia Tantrup of Miami, Florida? Gentlemen, you're to sing a song popular long ago that includes the lines, "When You're Away." Now, our pianist is here to help you if necessary. You've just been resuscitated, Taylor. You better come in on this. When You're Away. Now, you have to sing a song that includes those lines. Mr. Kieran?
I think that's included in Some of These Days.
How does it go? Mr. Coburn?
Right near the end.
Who's kissing her now?
Don't ask me. This is not a kiss program. Mr. Adams.
It sounds like Irving Berlin.
No, it's Victor Herbert is what I'm thinking of.
You're away.
How weary?
That's approximately.
Yeah, well, that's it more or
Sounds
less.
like a war bond to me.
Yeah, I think that's going to be another. When you're away, dear, how weary the lonesome
I just
hours.
said that.
Yes, but you sang it. I couldn't understand you.
Well, you asked me to sing it.
Oh, that is singing.
Certainly I can sing
You're trying to bluff us into keeping this $50 war bond. Now, how about a phrase, how about a song that includes the phrase, "When Hearts Are Young"? When Hearts Are Young. Mr. Adams.
That might be Hubby.
A song or just a poem?
And a good song ringing clear. Nah?
1,000 times.
Well, Taylor knows what's wrong. He doesn't know what's right, but he knows what's wrong.
That isn't a Bohemian Girl, is it?
It's from Lady in Ermine by Romberg and Goodman.
I knew it all the time.
When love's a star, a song unsung, a magic land that gleams afar. Does that come back to any of you?
Never heard it.
Oh, 2 wrong out of 3. Very good. And how about a song that includes the phrase, "When New York"?
When what?
When New York, and then it goes on. When New York.
Was a little town.
Sing it.
I don't know. I
I
never
think
heard
you
of
did.
it. I just guessed that.
When New York was New York, the town we used to know, when New York was New York, not so many years ago, who wrote it? Mr. Coburn, is that
Terrible
back
lyric.
here?
Never heard of it.
Terrible lyric. George M. Cohen wrote it.
I can't help it. It's still a terrible.
3 wrong out of 3, and a $50 war bond to Miss Tantrup and a set of the Britannica.
We miss them, they stay missed.
And now Mr. Cross has a little quiz addressed especially to smokers.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you 2 very easy-seeming questions about the cigarette you smoke. First, what's the important ingredient in your cigarette? Well, an instant's reflection should tell you it's the tobacco that counts. Now, my second question. Were independent tobacco experts present at the auctions down south where tobacco for your cigarette was bought? Ladies and gentlemen, the answer is emphatically yes. Independent experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen earn their living at these auctions by buying, selling, and handling the leaf. And obviously, in their daily work, they see just who buys what tobacco. So, smokers, you can see how important is the overwhelming preference of these independent experts for Lucky Strike. Indeed, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1. Mr. Fadiman, isn't the conclusion to my little quiz perfectly clear that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw?
Yes, Mr. Cross, in 59 seconds you've given smokers something worth remembering and worth acting on. And now a question from Louise Craig of Blairsville, Pennsylvania. Well, this is going to be all about a very tempting idea, the idea of butter. What is the source of each of these quotations about butter? The first is, a little bit of butter. Mr. Kieran.
A little bit of, all the king wanted was a little bit of butter with his bread.
Right.
A royal slice of bread.
Yes, who wrote the poem?
Milne.
Yes, A.A. Milne. Very good. The King's Breakfast. And now, the best butter. What's the source of the quotation, the best butter? Mr. Taylor?
Alice in Wonderland.
That's right. Alice in Wonderland. Remember the situation in which the phrase is used?
The Mad Hatter.
That's right. Reproaches.
The Mad Hatter and the Dormouse.
March Hare, I guess.
The March Hare.
Mm-hmm.
And they put butter in the works of the watch.
That's right. And what's his excuse?
Well, it was the best butter.
The best butter, yes. How about this one? A great big pool of melted butter. Mr. Adams.
That was Little Black Sambo.
Yes.
Around the tree.
That's right. What was the pool of melted butter the remains of?
Tigers.
Tigers, yes. All that was left of the tigers. And what does Black Mumbo use the butter for later on? Remember?
To put on 57 pancakes.
Yes. Say, you read that book through, didn't you?
Oh, many times.
Very good. Now, that's 3 butters out of 3.
How many children have you, Mr. Adams?
4.
He knows some grown-up literature, too, Deems. Now, how about this one from H.N. Summers of Evanston, Illinois? What famous personality described himself in the following phrases? First, as the world's worst juggler. The world's worst juggler, Mr. Coburn.
Big Nose.
No. Mr. Adams?
W.C. Fields.
I don't think so. As a matter of fact,
He was a good juggler.
He was a very good juggler, and still is.
Described himself as the worst.
I'm not sure about that. Mr. Kieran, what were you going to say? Mr. Taylor, Mr. Adams?
I don't know. It wouldn't be Joe Cook.
No, Fred Allen.
He was a good one.
Fred Allen is fond of describing himself as the world's worst juggler, and so far there's been no reputation.
Sure he didn't take it from Fields.
Well, now he might have at that. He doesn't usually borrow, unlike some other comedians that we know. What famous personality described himself as the best bad actor in the world? The best bad actor in the world.
Oh.
Mr. Taylor.
Corse Payton.
Yes, Corse Payton, famous ham.
Used to run a stock company in Brooklyn.
That's right.
He was, too.
What? Did you ever see him?
Yeah.
And was he really very bad?
Oh, wonderful.
Wonderfully bad.
Terrific.
And the third and last, I'm a bad boy. Who describes himself that way? Mr. Kieran.
Costello.
Oh, you do listen to your colleagues.
Oh, he's very good, too.
Very good. And his partner is?
Abbott.
Abbott and Costello. Yes, Costello was the bad boy on that program. And how about this one from Helen Schuyler of Sherman Oaks, California? Now, this is a complicated musical question, gentlemen. We're going to hear the solo part of a duet. Is that clear? Wait until the solo makes sense to you, until you can identify the selection. Then we'll stop the soloist, and then you will have to sing the duet along with the soloist. Sing the duet that follows. Let's have the first.
It's been nice seeing you all.
When I go out the door, of damoiselles a score, all sighing and burning and clinging and yearning will follow me as before. I shall
Mr. Coburn, how about you? I think you can do better than that historic chant of Mr. Adams's.
I refuse to sing those words.
Pardon?
Bunthorne and Patience.
Impatience. Now, how about getting the words, getting together and giving us the duet? That's quite right, Mr. Coburn. How does it go?
It's something Howell and James, young man.
Well, let's start from the beginning. I'll give you the first 2 words. A most. A most. All right, let's have the soloist start us off.
A most intense young man, a soulful-eyed young man.
Where's the duet?
An auto-poetical, super-aesthetical, out-of-the-way young man. Conceive me if you can, an everyday young man. A commonplace type with a stick and a pipe and a half-fed black and tan.
Well, the soloist is doing very well. That much I will say.
That's just the same thing.
Yes, but you didn't give us the duet, Mr. Adams. I want to hear that voice of yours.
It's an old song. It doesn't matter about the words as long as you got the tune.
I think I have to call that, certainly only half credit. Now let's have the second solo, and you gentlemen come in on the duet.
There was a time forever gone. Oh,
Now the duet, gentlemen.
I can't sing that. I think that's from the Princess Ida.
No.
Maybe not.
No. Mr. Coburn, does it come back to you?
I don't know.
It's from the Gondoliers. And the duet, let's have that duet. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, bury, let the grave close o'er the days that were, that never will be more.
Thank you. By the way, to prevent any misconception, those were 2 professional singers, not Adams. And now the third and last.
9
essential part of from each other. One in a life and death are we. And all to one another. I to thee and thou to me.
And now the duet.
Thou to thee and thou to me.
Wonderful.
That's Mile-Lancing.
That's right. I must say that Mr. Adams is a little out of voice this evening. He has a bad cold.
You'd never know it.
Well, we lose a $50 war bond on that and a set of the baton. Going to Helen Schuyler of Sherman Oaks, California, and sending us on to another question.
You mean
from
just
Mrs.
because Adams can't sing?
He did better than you did, Taylor.
Well, I had sense enough to keep quiet.
This one comes from Mrs. E.T. Rumble, Jr. of Cochecton, New York. Who are these doctors of the stage or screen? Famous doctors. The first was Dr. Lazaire, Lazear, who died a heroic death. Who was he? Dr. Lazaire. Mr. Adams.
I think that was in the thing about the Yellow Jack.
That's
maybe.
quite right. That's quite right, Mr. Adams. Is one of the doctors in Yellow Jack, a play by whom, Mr. Adams?
Sidney Howard?
Sidney Howard and Paul de Cruyff, the eminent writer on bacteriology and other subjects. And Dr. Lazaire died, I guess, down in Panama, wasn't it? Attempting to discover the cause of yellow fever.
In Cuba.
In Cuba, was it? Thank you, Mr. Coburn. And how about this doctor, Dr. Tower, who died by his own hand, suicide. Dr. Tower, Tower. Does that come to any of you, Mr. Coburn? Does that ring a bell
Is
in
that
your
in
mind?
fiction or in...
That is in fiction, yes, and also in the movies. Well, it is the doctor in King's Row, a novel and also a movie. Now, Mr. Coburn, didn't you play a part in that?
I played Dr. Gordon in it.
And how do you explain your lapse of memory?
I don't remember anybody's name.
You just do your own part, and that's all there is to it.
I mean, I can't remember your name. I don't know Frank Adams' name.
Hey, you ought to be a quizmaster.
He wasn't on the set that day.
Yes, it was the doctor in King's Row. And now, finally, Dr. Blenkinsop, who was cured. He was ill, and he was cured. Dr. Blenkinsop. Who was Dr. Blenkinsop? Dr. Blenkinsop, Mr. Taylor?
Wait a minute.
I bet you're
The
right.
Doctor's Dilemma.
Sure, that's right.
Yeah, by George Bernard Shaw.
Quite right.
Uh-huh.
And who was he?
Well, they decided to cure him instead of Alfred Lunt.
Yes, Dr. Ridgeon is compelled to choose between Dubedat, the artist, and his classmate, Dr. Blenkinsop, and he saves Blenkinsop. Well, we did get 2 out of 3 on that. And now, before we go on to the next question, Mr. Rysdale tells us of a gentleman from Missouri who wanted to be shown that Lucky's are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Well, after a recent broadcast, I was introduced to a member of the audience who said with a smile, Mr. Rysdale, where did you get that line about Lucky's being so round, so firm, etc.? That's no mere phrase, I replied, but a fact. A very important fact about Lucky's. He smiled and declared, well, you got to show me. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I literally did show him. First, I took a Lucky Strike from my package and asked him to roll it between his fingers to see for himself how round and firm and fully packed it was. Then I took another Lucky, just as I'm doing right now, and put it between my lips. I struck a match, like this. I held the match to the end of the cigarette and blew out through the cigarette this way. And what happened? Well, as the gentleman from Missouri saw, the match goes out, proving beyond the shadow of a doubt that Lucky's are truly free and easy on the draw. Ladies and gentlemen, why not try this little test sometime? Yes, make your next purchase Lucky's and prove to yourselves that Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale. And now a question from Shoal Busby of Merchantville, New Jersey. What's the first line of the first stanza of the poem whose second stanza begins this way? The second stanza begins, I sent thee late a rosy wreath. How does the first line of the first stanza begin? Well, I have several hands. Mr. Kieran.
That's Ben Johnson's to Celia.
And it begins?
Drink to me only with Dinah.
That's right, and that's one I bet that Mr. Taylor could sing. How about this one?
Drink to me.
Now, oh, I never thought you'd do it, Mr. Taylor. Now, the second stanza begins, now fades the glimmering landscape on the sight. How does the first one begin? Mr. Kieran?
That's elegy written in a country churchyard.
That's Massenet's elegy you're thinking of, Mr. Taylor. What was the
the curfew tolls the knell of parting days.
Yes. Gray's elegy written in a country churchyard. And now here's the tough one. The second stanza begins, as fair art thou, my bonny lass. And how does the first stanza begin? Mr. Adams? Mr. Kieran?
Is that John Anderson, my Joe, John?
No, but it's
like
Scott.
a red, red
It's
rose.
a burn.
Very good, Mr. Adams. That's right. Oh, my love's like a red, red
sprung
rose.
in June.
That's quite right. And that gives us 3 out of 3, gentlemen, and that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Mr. Coburn and Mr. Taylor, for contributing your talents this evening. Now, in a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 3 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 3 $50 war bonds. And speaking of bonds, ladies and gentlemen, the recent release by our State Department of the white paper covering our diplomatic policy from 1931 to 1941 has made one thing crystal clear. This war did not begin, as some of us like to think, on December 7th, 1941. It began at least as far back as Hitler's ascension to power. Some think it began at Versailles. In any case, it began with the Germans. Between these enemies of the human race and ourselves, there can be no compromise. To destroy them and to prevent them from plotting World War number 3, buy war bonds and stamps as if your life depended on it, for it does. Now, next week, the trio of regulars, Mr. Adams, Mr. Kieran, and Mr. Levant, will be on deck. And as our guest, we're very happy to announce the masterful director of motion picture thrillers, whose latest work, which you can now see on Broadway, is, shadow of a doubt, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
For the fighting men of the United Nations, it's Jubilee. Yes, sir, men, it's Jubilee time, brought to you by the Special Service Division of the War Department, featuring Maxine Sullivan, the Charioteers, Eddie Green and Canada Lee, Jimmy Lunsford's orchestra, and your mistress of ceremonies, Hattie McDaniel.
Thank you, and hello to all you fighting men of the United Nations. Well, as you all know, the time of day is different in all parts of the world. In some places, people are just sitting down to their breakfast. In other places, they're just going to bed. But right now, no matter where you are, the time is Jubilee time. So let's start the jubilating with Jimmy Lunsford and his boys playing Short and Sweet, but Hot. Jimmy. Well, about 3 minutes have ticked away on our round-the-world Jubilee clock, and that brings us to the shores of Scotland for a musical picture of Loch Lomond, painted for you by the one and only Maxine Sullivan.
Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road. I'll be in Scotland for ya. But me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. By yon bonny bank and by yon bonny brae, where the sun shines bright on Loch Lomond, where me and my true love were ever wont to gaze, on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Oh, you take the high road and I'll take the low road. I'll be in Scotland for ya, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny, bonny banks of Loch Lomond. Was there that we parted in yon shady glen, by the steep, steep side of Ben Lomond, where in purple hue the Highland hills we view, and the moon coming out in the gloaming. But I'll be in Scotland for ya, but me and my true love will never meet again on the bonny bank, on the bonny, bonny bank, on the bonny, bonny bank of Loch Lomond, Loch Lomond.
Thank you, Maxine Sullivan. Right now we have 4 boys at our microphone, and they're about to sing. So I'm not going to waste any time telling you how good they are, because the charioteers can sing for themselves. You tell them, boys.
Oh, the name of the song is Ride, Red, Ride, Ride, Red. Ride, 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 take you to from the side and ride, oh, ride, 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 oh, ride, ride, take you to from your side, red, stick out your chest with pride, don't be ashamed when I call your name, if you send me with the rhythm, you win me, well, it can paint the whole town red, red, boy, you heard what I said, goodness gracious, what's wrong with this? So ride, red, ride. Take your trouble from the side, red. Stick out your chest with pride, red. Don't be ashamed when I call your name. But it's the name with rhythm. You win me, well, let's make the whole town red, red. You heard what I said. My goodness gracious, you're really delicious. So ride, red, ride. All of the bridges are falling down. Why don't you help me go to town? Read it up, read it up, read it up, read it up, read it up.
Thank you. Thank you. And now Jimmy Lunsford and his boys take their temper from our round-the-world Jubilee clock with a vocal arrangement of that timely tune, At Last.
At last, my love has come along. My lonely days are over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheeks to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, for you are mine at last. At last, my love has come along. My lonely days over, and life is like a song. At last, the skies above are blue. My heart was wrapped in clover the night I looked at you. I found a dream that I can speak to, a dream that I can call my own. I found a thrill to press my cheeks to, a thrill I've never known. You smiled, and then the spell was cast, and here we are in heaven, are mine at last. For you are mine at last.
That was wonderful, Jimmy Lunsford. What time is it? Now, wait till I look at our Jubilee clock and see what it says. Well, look-a-here. The clock says it's laughing time. And when it's time to laugh, then it's time to listen to Eddie Green and Canada Lee.
You remember some time ago, Eddie, I told you that I think you'd make a good prize fighter?
Yeah, I remember that. I do, yeah.
Well, now, listen, Eddie, it's just like I told you.
What?
You've got the makings of a great fighter.
Yeah, huh?
So I'm going to build you up to be the champion.
No, is it?
Yeah, I can see the whole picture.
You can, huh?
Yeah, first I'll have you fight some ham and eggers.
Some what?
Some ham and eggers, right off the reel.
Oh, yeah, right away I get scrambled, huh?
No, I mean these fights are framed, you see. We pay the fighters to lay down.
Hey, well, why can't they pay me to lay down? What?
Oh, Eddie, don't be silly. You're honest. When it comes to fighting, you're upright.
Yeah, but not for long, though.
Now, listen, Eddie. Look, after you lick these setups, why, you see, you come to the big fight. And I can see exactly what happens.
Just a minute. Who is I'm fighting?
Who? Who? Why, you're fighting Joe Louis.
No, I ain't either. I bet I ain't.
Oh, yes, you are. Yes, you are. It's too late to back out now, Eddie. The bell rings for the first round.
Yeah.
Louis leaps into the ring like a tiger.
And I leap out like another tiger.
No, Eddie, look. You stand right up to him.
Yeah.
And whoo! He just misses you with a terrific left. And what do?
I pray.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't.
No.
You just go dancing around the ring, and then all of a sudden, Louis hits you in the teeth.
Then my teeth goes dancing around.
No, look.
Huh?
You see, now Louis, he makes a feint with his left.
Yeah.
Then he hits you right in the jaw.
Then I faint.
No, you back away.
Oh,
Yeah, but are you discouraged?
I sure is.
No, you ain't. You come back for more.
You crazy? I'm satisfied with what I got. Let me ask you something. When do I hit him?
When do you hit him?
When?
Well, now, that's right now.
That's
right now. You lead with your face, and you hit him bang on the glove.
With my face?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
I bet that hurt him.
Yeah. Now, Eddie, now you've got Louis mad.
Yeah, I was afraid of that.
Yeah. Now he comes at you with murder in his heart.
Yeah.
Anybody else but you would run away.
What's the matter with me? Is I glued to the floor?
No, you aren't glued to the floor. And when he comes at you, what do?
I quit.
No, you don't. You stand right up to him. And then the bell rings for the end of the first round.
Is all that in one round?
Yes, sir.
Well, what happens in the second round? What happens?
Well, Eddie, I think we'd better skip to the 15th round.
No. I want to know what happened in the next round. That's what I want to know.
Okay, well, in the next round, as soon as the bell rings, Louis aims at you the most terrific blow in the whole fight.
Let's skip to the 15th round.
All right. All right, it's the 15th round.
Yeah.
You're down on your hands and knees.
Yeah.
What are you doing crawling around the ring on your hands and knees?
Looking for a trap door.
Look, Louis is standing in the center of the ring.
Yeah.
He's all covered with blood.
I know, it's my blood.
Your nose is busted.
Yeah.
You got two black eyes, and your jaw is cracked.
Yeah.
And now is the time you're going to show the stuff you're made of.
What's he going to do, turn me inside out?
No, but Eddie, you got him worried now.
He worried, huh?
Yeah, you got him worried.
Yeah.
He's afraid he's going to kill you.
He got me worried, too, like that.
But don't worry, the fans are with you.
The fans are with me.
Yeah, the crowd is yelling to the referee.
Yeah.
But what do you say when you hear him yelling, "Stop it! stop the fight.
I said, okay with me.
No, you don't. You get up, and you stand there. And then Joe Louis hauls off and gives you one last wallop. But, Eddie, I can't stand to see you take no more punishment, so you know what I do?
You set your eyes.
Oh, no. No, sir. I throw in the towel, and the referee gives the fight to Louis.
As far as I'm concerned, he can have it.
Yeah, but you see, you put up such a good fight, Eddie, that they're going to give you a reward.
No, now that's nice. What they going to give me for a reward? What they going to give me?
Well, Eddie, you put up such a good fight that they're going to give you a return match with Joe Louis.
No, there ain't never. Yes, they go.
And now Maxine Sullivan returns to our Jubilee microphone to tell us all about the Cow Boogie Cowboy, who was really hip to the jive.
Out on the plain, down near Santa Fe, I heard a cowboy riding the range one day, and as he jogged along, I heard him singing a most peculiar cowboy song. It was a ditty he heard in the city. Oh, kamataya, Philly, get along. Get hip, little doggy, get along. Better be on your way, get along. Get hip, little doggy, and he trussed him on down the old fairway, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Oh, kamataya, Philly, singing his cowboy song. He's much too much. He's got a north-southwestern accent with a Harlem touch. He was raised on local weed. He's what they call a swing half-breed, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Oh, kamataya, Philly, get along, little doggy. Better be on your way. Get along, little doggy. And he trucked him on down the old fairway, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Oh, kamataya, Philly, yip, yip, singing his cowboy song. Yip, yip, as he was jogging all along. Yip, yip, he sings with a Harlem touch. Yip, yip, that cat is just too much, singing his cow boogie in the strangest way. Kamataya,
dedicate the next 3.5 minutes on our Jubilee clock to a ballad sweet and sentimental, All I Need Is You, sung by the Charioteers.
I don't need $1 million my dreams come true, baby. All I need is you. I don't need a fortune teller to tell my troubles true. need the sun, don't need the stars, for at last I realize I found the sun, I found the stars, shining in your eyes. I'm right at the gates of heaven, and I could walk right through, baby. All I need is you. Don't need the sun, don't need the stars, for at last I realize I found the sun, I found the stars, shining in your eyes. I'm right at the gates of heaven, and I could walk right
Well, our Jubilee clock is ticking away fast now, so I'm going to call on Jimmy Lunsford and his boys to race it to the 30-minute mark.
kid about 3:30. But Daddy said, son, come here to me. Said, things may come and things may go, but there's one thing you ought to know. It's the way how'd you do it. It's the way how'd you do it. It's the way how'd you do it. Mama, mama. It's the time that you do it. It's the time that you do it. It's the time that you do it. Whoa. Don't mean nothing. Greasy. Then your job will swing for it. It's the place that you do it. It's the place that you do it. It's the place that you do it. That's what gas is on.
Well, as Jimmy Lunsford plays, our Jubilee clock comes to the end of our half hour. And that just about closes the Jubilee for this time. The next time Jubilee comes your way, don't forget to tune in. This is Hattie McDaniel saying on behalf of Maxine Sullivan, the Charioteers, Ellery Queen and Canada Lee, and Jimmy Lunsford and his orchestra, so long and good luck.
Jubilee is presented for you men in the armed forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This program has been part of our English language shortwave service.
The Treasury Star Parade. Produced under the personal direction of William A. Bacher, with David Brookman and the Treasury Orchestra and chorus, starring radio's beloved singing lady, Irene Wicker, in her own message to the children of America. Children, tomorrow is yours.
Boys and girls, how are you today? Fine, I hope. This is your singing lady again. Remember all the stories we used to have together? The fairy tales, you know, Cinderella, Snow White, Jack and the Beanstalk, and all the rest. And those true stories that you used to like, about the world's great artists and musicians, and the legends and the folk tales from all the other countries, and the happy adventures of Nancy and Charlie here in America. There isn't much time for stories like that these days. They seem to belong to the world of yesterday, don't they? You remember the songs we had together, the ones we sang before our stories. Remember that old song like this? Little boy blue, come blow your horn. And then I remember you always liked that gay little French tune, remember? Frère Jacques, Frère Jacques. And then, of course, the one you liked the best of all, the song we sang every Friday together. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. But of course you remember. I know because you've written to tell me so. Songs that are loved by children all over the world. In England, in Russia, in China, and in many other countries, too. They no longer have the kind of songs we used to sing together. No, the music they hear today is very different. This kind of music. It isn't very pretty, is it? This new music. No. In fact, it has a terrifying sound. And yet, the children, your allies in those countries where this dreadful music now is heard, young boys and girls like you, have shown such courage. You will be proud to hear about the things they do. Ivan and Valentina, for instance, will remind you of the fearless princess of the moon and that brave young peasant boy, Ivan, and our story of the little hunchback horse. Remember that sweet song the princess sang about the twilight and the stars and falling asleep? Noć nastala, przyroda wsia ustala i graje mi wесь dzień skór, pora nam na Well, that song and many other lovely ones are quiet now in Russia, but not the ugly music. No, that still goes thundering down to earth each day and night, in Moscow and in Stalingrad, in villages and farms throughout the Russian nation. Ivan Ilyanov and his young sister Valentina lived in Stalingrad. One wintry night, not long ago, they went to see their mother, a brave young woman who helped the nurses night and day in the anxious, busy rooms of Stalingrad's great hospital for soldiers. They liked hearing the singing of the wounded soldiers in the ward. Their mother smiled at young Ivan and Valentina and kissed them. And then, quite solemnly, she gave them each a message, a military message from a general, and a hand grenade. Looking deep into her children's eyes, Nurse Ilyanov spoke.
Your father is waiting on the hill just beyond the ruined bridge. Now, one of you must slip through the Nazi guards and take this message to him. Be careful, and make sure no enemy sees this message. You understand, my dear ones?
Yes, Mama. We understand.
Once again, the gaunt, white-clad young woman kissed her children. Then, with their heads held high, Ivan and Valentina left the hospital to walk again through the bombed, half-ruined streets. Suddenly, the air was filled with a shrill blast of the air raid siren. The enemy planes were coming again. Ivan took Valentina's hand and ran toward the shelter. Behind them, they heard the whine, and then the crash of a heavy bomb. It had hit the hospital. And when they looked back, they knew they'd never see their mother again. Ivan gripped Valentina's hand. She swallowed hard, and her eyes were filled with tears. But she did not cry. Ivan looked at her proudly. Then quietly, he spoke.
Good girl. Shall we make a run for it now?
Yes, Vanya. We'll make a run for it. Now.
Good girl, Vanya. Remember, if anything happens to me, you must crawl into the ruins of the bridge the Nazis blew up last night and follow the trail that Father showed us. Past the old shack, up to the hilltop.
Yes.
There's a cave on the side of the hill, and Father's waiting there.
For these orders?
Yes. Remember, if we're captured, we must never let them find these papers.
Never. Look, we're almost down to the bridge now.
This is the worst part, Valia. They've got guards all along here. Don't make a sound.
No, I won't.
Halt!
Oh!
Halt at once, I shoot!
Run, Valia, you've got a better chance of getting through than I.
Vanya!
Run!
Stop, I
Run,
say!
Valia, run!
Catch the boy! Stop that boy! I have him.
Go!
Who is here with you?
Let me go! Oh.
Who came here with you, I asked?
No one. I was was looking for my mother. I saw a little girl. She was lost. I told her.
Yes?
I told her how to find her way back to the city.
Pig! Filthy Russian pig, you lie. Such a little devil, Corporal. Maybe he's the one who's been getting those messages through our lines. Let me come here. Yeah! Here's a paper from the Commandant. Look, Captain, look. Stop the little pig. Stop him, I say. He has a grenade.
Yes, boys and girls, you know what happened. Ivan threw the hand grenade, but he was not afraid. He knew that Valentina would get through the lines, even if he didn't. He also knew the Nazi leaders must never know the words that were intended for his father. And they never did. And you'll be proud to hear of your young allies in China, too, where our common enemy, the Japanese, have robbed them of their land. They're just as brave as any hero in the Chinese legends and folk tales we used to have together. Long life to the children of China. In England, too, the boys and girls have put aside their songs and stories for a while. There, too, the music they hear now is different. The jolly, carefree music is clouded over now by the ugly screech of Nazi bombs, the kind of music they, too, must hear today. But even in the screech of falling bombs, above the scream of bursting shrapnel, above the roar of burning buildings, the boys and girls cry out courageously, "Thumbs up, and here's a V for victory!"
Chin up, kids. Here's a V for victory. You size we can't take it.
There's a good girl, Peggy. Give me a hand now with Ronnie, will you?
You bet I will, Rum. Between you and me and Miss Pam and Miss Carey, we'll have all these kids out of this ward in a jiff. You'd think the darn...
Peggy.
I mean damn Jerry's. You'd think they could pick a better target than this here hospital for crippled kids. Now wouldn't you, Mum? I mean, Nurse.
Yes, Peggy, I would. There now, we're all fixed. All the little ones are safely in the shelter now.
Mum, we forgot Ben.
Ben?
That little blighter. The one they had to put in the
The isolation ward. Good heavens, yes. Peggy, stay here in the shelter and I'll run back.
No, you mustn't, Nurse. What if one of them kids needed medicine or something? Anyhow, I'm littler than you.
Peggy!
Peggy!
No, you mustn't go, Peggy! Peggy, come back! Peggy!
Peggy came back all right, her little face all smudged with smoke and blood. But cheerfully she grinned, and there was a proud and happy light in her eyes as she tumbled little Ben into the nurse's arms. "Cheerio," she softly said. "Chin up, Mum, and here's a V for victory."
Peggy. Oh, Peggy. Peggy.
That's how the children live and work and die in the England of today. And now, I have just one more story to tell you. The story of young Leif Hansen, a boy about as old as some of you young friends of mine. That boy has helped 100 young Norwegian patriots escape the Nazi terror. Would you like to meet Leif? Here he is now with his grandfather. Leif is just beginning to strap on his skis. Do you wonder why?
This would be your brother Peter's night to get away, would it not, lad?
Oh, yes, Gramp. I got a passport for him from Professor Thorson and a packet of money and a map with all the directions on it. Pete's waiting in that hunting shack way off in the forest. If only they haven't found Pete yet. If only they haven't.
Well, if Peter makes the border, your score will reach the 100 mark tonight, lad.
Honestly, Gramp? 100?
Yep. Kept count, lad. Because of you, they'll be back one day to send bombs and destruction down on the Nazis.
They'll be flyers, Gramp. Sometimes I feel I can't wait till I go up and be one, too.
Yes, lad, I know. I know. Now put on your skis and get ready. You've less than 1 short minute. Go, and God bless you.
Thanks, Gramp. Here's for victory.
Yes, little Life helped his 100th flyer to escape. The 100th and the last. For the Nazis caught up with Life that time, and there was no mercy when they learned what he had done. And today, young Life Hansen's name is spoken reverently in Norway, and will always be included on the honor roll of Norway's heroes. And so we must come back to you boys and girls and all of us grown-ups here in America who haven't sailed the 7 seas to fight, have never suffered from the bombs and shell fire and oppressions of our enemies. So far, we've held them off. Do you know why that is? It's because your brothers and your fathers, your cousins and your uncles, and yes, your mothers and your sisters too, have joined the services of Uncle Sam. Let's keep them well supplied with everything they need, with helmets and guns, with airplanes, ships and tanks. And the way every one of us can do that is by buying all the stamps and bonds that we can buy. Let's get our neighbors and our teachers, our mothers and our dads, Grandpa and Grandma too, to buy them. And let's ask them, please, if ever they feel like giving a present, to buy a stamp for victory. There isn't anything we'd rather have, is there, boys and girls? No, there isn't anything, because each little stamp we have, each bond that we can get, means this, a little piece of ownership in the dearest land in all the world, our country, yours and mine, America, where the music still is beautiful. All this we must do today, children, so that your tomorrows and the tomorrows of all the other children of the world may be safe. Tomorrow is yours, children. We must protect it.
It's Downbeat. Yes, man, it's Downbeat, and this is Gene Norman with another session of the most democratic thing on earth, American jazz. In the third era of the history of jazz, the 1930s brought 5 years of despair and darkness. The commercial bands wearing funny hats were in demand by the public. And then, Benny Goodman swept into popularity in 1935 with a great swing band. And riding with Benny on the swing bandwagon were scores of great jazzmen of all races and creeds. They were men who had suffered during the Depression years, men who had refused to compromise their talents with the phony fads of the moment. In the middle 30s, dozens of tiny nightclubs sprang up in the old brownstone buildings lining 52nd Street in New York City. And here's a type of music that could well be the jazz of the Onyx, the Famous Door, or the Hickory House. Dave Dexter's International Jazzmen kick off the third era with Riff-a-Mo-Roll. The blues were as popular in the 30s as the 20s. This earthy, homey, natural way of expressing a lyric proves that the blues will never die. T-Bone Walker sings Mean Old World.
When you can't get the woman you love, till you know she's loving someone else. Well, I drink to keep 'em worrying, yes, and I smile to keep 'em crying. I drink to keep 'em worrying, baby, and I smile to keep 'em crying. That's to keep the public from knowing just what I have on my mind. Someday, baby, I'll be 6 feet in my grave. Someday, darling, I'll be 6 feet in my grave. And I won't be round you mistreated, darling, like a low-down slave.
From out of Memphis, Tennessee, there came a girl who was destined to go far in the world of music. Downbeat's jazz authorities and musicians have praised her singing by choosing her as the singer of this, or any other year, an all-time great, Miss Kay Starr.
Well, thanks, Gene. I'm just a little overwhelmed by what you said, but my visit here is just to say hello to all the men all over the world and to the listeners of the Bedside Network. I consider it a great privilege to be able to record with such wonderful jazzmen as Benny Carter, Coleman Hawkins, Buster Bailey, King Cole, and Oscar Moore. About a year ago, we cut this number. It's one of the jazz things made in the histories of the 30s. It's called If I Could Be With You.
If I could be with you 1 hour tonight, if I were free to do the things I might, I want you to know that I wouldn't go till I told you, honey, that I love you so. If I could be with you, I'd love you long. If I could be with you, I'd love you strong. I'm telling you too, I'd be anything but blue if I could be with you for an hour. If I could be with you.
Out of the 30s, there came a term in jazz called jam session. Against a quiet rhythm background, a soloist was given a chorus to show his ideas. Arrangements were never used on sessions featuring the top cats along 52nd Street. Paper was merely something to read on the subway. This is what we mean. Downbeat has brought you a history of jazz in the frantic 30s with Kay Starr as our guest. Every week we bring you the best music of yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And speaking of tomorrow, remember the future, man, because you're building it. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, is requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over there. Okay there, men, it's Command Performance time, so come and get it from the USA. And that goes for every son and daughter of Uncle Sam around the globe, and for all of you in all the United Nations who are lined up beside the men who are lined up against the Axis. Again tonight, your big show, presented by the Special Service Division of the War Department, is playing to a full house of servicemen and holding a royal flush in music. And don't ever forget it, those swell letters you write in are the aces in our deck. And dealing right off the top, here's the lovely star who's trumps in the hearts of thousands of you. By worldwide command of the AEF, your mistress of ceremonies, Jeanette MacDonald.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter. From Stalingrad to Auckland, and from North Ireland to North Africa, to points west of the Golden Gate and east of Our Lady out there in New York Harbor, to the north and to the south of the equator, it's love from the USA to the AEF. In your history books, Command Performance was always for the King and Queen. Well, it's still that way, only the King of Command Performance USA is crowned with an overseas helmet and wears the royal blue and khaki of Uncle Sam. And the Queen's in the uniform of the Army and Navy nurse. And Hollywood is the royal court of entertainment that's yours to command. Our first command tonight comes from a stately palace known as Hut 403 on Island X, somewhere in the Pacific. And bears the great seal of Slick, George, Three Striper, Cricket, Woodsy, and Big Gun. And we hear echoes of the same request from APO 27 and Milton Ford, and from Carol James at APO 812. One of the big hit tunes here at home, sung by a girl who's a hit from coast to coast. Why Don't You Fall in Love with Me? With the Command Performance Orchestra and Dale Evans.
As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me? You're driving me crazy, baby, trying to guess. Will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? You gotta go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why Why don't you fall in love with me? Why do you try to make me guess? Now will you tell me no, or will you tell me yes? Don't you know it's bound to be, as long as you're not in love with anyone else? Why don't you fall in love? Why don't you fall in love with me? See here, you darling such and such. See here, I love you very much. You're bound to go overboard for someone someday. Believe it or not, it's bound to be. As long as you're not in love with anyone else, why don't you fall in love with me?
Nice, Dale Evans, and many, many thanks. Now, men, a letter from Captain R.S. Saunders at APO 863. Dear Command Performance, there's one voice that I would like to hear above all others, the sound of a baby's cry. That would be welcome music to many of us who haven't heard it for many months. At least I know the sound of my baby's voice would be a thrill beyond description. Well, Captain, it's quite a coincidence. Command Performance is a universal program, and right at this time, your baby speaks a very universal language. Listen. For the personal appearance of that star, we thank the radio engineers. Apropos of the same topic, hundreds of you have written to Command Performance asking Virginia O'Brien to sing Rockabye Baby, as only she can sing it. So here she is, Virginia O'Brien.
Rockabye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows, the cradle will rock, rock, rock it, baby. Rockabye baby on the treetop, when the wind blows, woo! Your little cradle will rock, oh, rock it. When the bough breaks, their cradle will fall. Down will come my baby, my little baby. Down will come my baby, baby and the cradle and all. Go to sleep, go to sleep, go to sleep. Close your eyes and go to sleep while Mammy tries to sing a lullaby. Lullaby, lullaby. Mammy's gonna rock you to sleep. Lullaby, bye, bye, baby. Rock, 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 cradle. Sleep, 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 Jackson. Shoot the talcum to me, Malcolm.
Thanks, Virginia O'Brien. Virginia will be back in a moment with another song that you've asked for. But now we're calling the Canadian Bomber Boys and Sergeants Patch, Clark, Whalen, and Vatch with good old 426. And Bill Love, a Detroit American in the Canadian Army overseas. And Hollis A. Smith up there in the medical dispensary at Argentia. Hope that leg is improving, Hollis. And Mr. Dyson at Maidstone, Kent, in England. We're very proud that Command Performance helps you to feel closer to us over here. for Corporal Travis at APO 802, and Jerry Oppenheim and the men at 946, and Corporals Page and Eager with the Royal Air Force in West Africa. It's the hot violin of Eddie South, backed up by his entire orchestra. Sie going in rhythm. Thank you, Eddie South and your orchestra. And we'll run a second heat in just a moment. Goodness, 3 orchestras here tonight. Well, right here, men, command performance fills orders from hundreds of you, including Sergeant Williams at 962, L.J. Farina at Fort Shafter, Sergeant Weston at Oahu, the New Harlem Globetrotters in North Africa, the Bama Boys in the British Isles and India, and from 3 Hoosiers who've become proud fathers since leading Indianapolis. The orders being for the combination of that beautiful old song, On the Banks of the Wabash, and the one and only Mills Brothers.
Though the moon was shining bright along the Wabash, from the fields there comes the breath of new mown hay. Through the sycamore, the candlelights are gleaming on the banks of the Wabash. The moon was shining bright along the Wabash. From the fields there comes the breath of new morning. Through the sycamore, the candlelights are gleaming on the banks of the Wabash far away. Oh, the moon was shining bright along the Wabash. From the the fields there comes the breath of new morning. Through the sycamore the candle lights are gleaming. On the banks of the Wabash far away, on the banks of the Wabash far away.
Thank you, Mills Brothers. That was very, very sweet. It's a hello next to the Chow Hounds at APO 948. Pete, Yarbo, Windy, Kirsch, Porky, and Doy. To Carol and the gang in Barracks 149 down there in the Caribbean. For many thousands of you men of the USA who write to Command Performance, telling of the wonderful friends you're making in the great Latin American nations to our south, here's still another band you've asked for, playing one of the current hit songs, Eddie LeBaron and his orchestra, and Brazil. Eddie LeBaron and your orchestra. Well, men, that special girlfriend of yours is back again. Before she sings another of the songs she made famous in pictures, I think she'd better catch up on some of her correspondence. Front and center again for Virginia O'Brien. Come on.
Thank you, Jeanette MacDonald. Love to the Fuzzy Wuzzy Bunch in Australia. Thanks to Ray Daves, Rex Arnold, and the gang at APO 944. Yes, Ray, this will be for Adeline, too. My best to that Eagle Squadron boy in County Kildare and Canadian Brady. That goes for you, too. Hello, Given and Company at APO 845. I'll send that picture and one of Betty Hutton, too. But make up your minds, blondes or brunettes. and A.J. Stesville at APO 40. The guy's in the infantry is top man around here and don't think he isn't. But all of you are darn swell to write to me all those letters, and while you're out knocking out Nazis and Japanese, I'll keep on knocking out tunes to fill up your spare time. And here's one on account of you ask for it. Captain? Carry me back to old Virginia. There's where the cotton and the corn and taters grow. No place on earth do I love more sincerely than old Virginia, the state where I was born. Carry me back to old Virginia, that's my home. There's where the cotton and the corn and taters grow, mostly corn. There's where the birds warble, sweet in the springtime. There's where this old lonely heart'em long to go. There's where I labored so hard for old Mazza. Day after day in the fields of yellow corn, more corn. No place on earth do I love more sincerely than old Virginia. Not Kentucky, than old Virginia. Virginia, that's the state where I was born. See?
Thank you, Virginia O'Brien. It's a shortwave call here to 23 Jersey men down in the Caribbean with a bombardment unit verbally camouflaged as Robin's Country Club. And hello to G.I. Joe Kanata. and the censor who approves your request with a big definitely for 825-961 for Box 17 at Pearl Harbor, and for Bill Bailey from Bellingham, Washington, now in London. It's a return command performance for Eddie South and his orchestra, doing the St. Louis Blues. men, it isn't the easiest matter in the world to follow that rendition of the St. Louis Blues by Eddie South and his orchestra. But hundreds of you from pole to pole have asked me to sing the Ave Maria. And I should like to do it for you now. And I want to tell Clive Waite down there in Belize, British Honduras, that I'm singing it for him. And my Captain Jean Raymond somewhere in England. and Captain Dunkel at the Air Base Hospital at APO 845. And Sergeant Troyer, it's for you too. But especially it's for one of Uncle Sam's Marines, Private Gregory of Harlan, Kentucky. And every Marine at Vegas Island knows the reason why. Who knows? Ave Maria. Thank you very much. And now, this is Jeanette MacDonald speaking for all of us on Command Performance, saying thanks to you men for those wonderful letters you write in care of this station, or Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. Sending the best of the best from over here and asking God's blessing on each one of you over there. Good night.
This program is produced for the men of the Armed Forces of the United Nations by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America. This broadcast is a part of our English language shortwave service.
The Army Weekly presents G.I. Jive. Here it is, fellas, the music you asked for, G.I. Jive, the AEF jukebox of the air. Now, to get what you want in jazz, well, right. And the only address you need is Special Service, Los Angeles, USA. It's your newspaper, by and for enlisted men. So just put your request in, and out will come your favorite bands and singing stars. Anchors away, lads. The hatches are closed and the cruiser jukeboxes are rocking and a-rolling here. We're shoving off now in just a minute for the land of bounce. And the skipper on the bridge for this occasion is Bosun's Mate Second Class Lester J. Well, take over, sailor.
Okay, Lou Crosby, and thanks. Hiya, Blue Jackets. I hope you're all set for some solid stuff, because we got it. And to prove I'm not just beating my chops, here's the first riff on the roster. It's the Joe Turner Blues by that Dixieland Jazz Group. Say, I'll buy that one anytime. Here's a little item on the bulletin board that you may not have read. United States Navy high-altitude flyers wear gloves especially designed for them. And each glove has the tip of one finger cut out of the cloth. Now, there's a reason for this, as you may have suspected, but it's not to give the gremlins the finger. The reason the tip of the glove is cut off is so the pilot can observe the fingernail. Now, if the nail is normal pink, he's getting enough oxygen. Say, and here's a record that maintains a pretty high altitude. It's Artie Shaw and his band, and the boys get way up high with Indian Love Call, with words by Tony Pastor.
That means I offer my love to you to be alone. If you refuse me, I will be blue and waiting all alone. But when you hear my love call ringing clear, and I hear your answering echo so deep, then I will know our love will come true. You belong to me, I belong to you.
We hear a lot about the Navy pilots that are doing such a fine job of keeping the enemy out of the skies. But today, let's say a word for the sailors who keep those planes flying. The mechanics, ordnance men, gunners, radio men, and the photographers. You know, in the Solomons, each ground crews caught 40 winks under the wings of the planes and kept them flying, even though Japanese snipers were covering the runways. On carriers, Blue Jackets patched bullet holes with adhesive tape, worked night and day almost without food, and got those planes back in the air. Now, of course, the pilots face danger more often. But let's give a salute to the ground boys, because without them, we wouldn't have chalked up all those victories over the Axis. Now, this particular salute is titled Murderistic. It's by Jimmy Dorsey and the orchestra. Brother Dorsey, yes. And that gives us time for the tale of Meyer Rubin, Seaman Second Class. Rubin's been assigned to the Northampton station where wave officers are trained, and he's the only man around. This makes him a lucky Blue Jacket at graduation when the new wave ensigns pay $1 apiece for their first salute. Well, Seaman Rubin's been collecting this extra money for quite a while now, but he doesn't pocket a cent of it. He's invested every penny in phonograph recordings for the record player in the wave's quarters, all of which we'd approve of if he selected any record as groovy as the one we're about to play by Charlie Barnett and his band. The Sergeant was shy. Anchor's down for this particular cruise, men. So, all ashore till next time.
Thank you, Bosun's Mate Second Class Lester J, for keeping the jukebox on a steady keel. This program was produced by the Special Service Division of the War Department of the United States of America.
At ease, and listen to a quarter hour of uninterrupted music as Alan Roth and his orchestra bring you the folk songs of tomorrow.
We want to let you in on a few pertinent facts about New York. We've got one day here and not another minute to see the famous sight. We'll find the romance and danger waiting in it. Beneath the Broadway lights, we got hair on our chests, so what we like the best of the night. Night, night, night. New York, New York, a wonderful town. The Bronx is up, but the Battery's down, and people ride in a hole in the ground. New York, New York, it's a wonderful town. Place where no one lives on account of the face, with 7 million is famous for space. New York, New York, New York, New York, it's a wonderful town. who's a lullaby of Broadway. Come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway. The hip-hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway. Rumble on the subway train, the rattle of the taxi, the daffodils do entertain, like clothes and maxis when the Broadway baby says goodnight. It's early in the morning, Manhattan babies don't sleep tight until the dawn. Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way. Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way. Oh, come along and listen to the lullaby Broadway. Hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby Broadway. Come along and listen to the lullaby Broadway. Hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby Broadway.
Come on along and listen to the lullaby of Broadway.
The hip hooray and ballyhoo, the lullaby of Broadway.
Rumble on the subway train, the rattle of the taxi, the daffodils who entertain, and the rolls and maxis when the Broadway baby says goodnight. It's early in the morning, and babies don't sleep tight until the dawn. Good night, baby. Good night. Milkman's on his way. Sleep tight, baby. Sleep tight. Let's call it a day. Listen to the lullaby of old Broadway. Can't help singing of a promise that April is bringing.
I am floating along on the crest of a song.
There are bells in my heart and they're ringing. Can't help growing. Folks don't like it, I know, but I'm going. I can't help what they say. Spring affects me this way, and I gotta keep singing all day. Spring affects me this way, and I gotta keep singing, singing all the day.
Another new day, the mist on the meadow is drifting away, for it's daybreak, the sun's in the sky now, and flowers break through their blanket of dew. Sunrise, how lovely it seems to see from my window a sky full of dreams as the white clouds sail on through the blue. At daybreak, I daydream of you.
for me and my gal. Everybody's been going to a wedding they're going, and for weeks they've been sewing every Susie and Sam. They're congregating for me and my gal. The parson's waiting for me and my gal. And sometime I'm gonna build a little home for two, for three, or four, or more in Love Land for me and my gal. The bells are ringing for me and my gal.
The choir singing,
I love you truly, for me and my gal. They're congregating for me and my gal. The parson's waiting for me and my gal. And sometime I'm gonna build a little home for two, for three, or four, or more in Love Land for me and my gal. For me and my gal.
You have been listening to At Ease, with music by Alan Roth, the orchestra and chorus, and John Raitt baritone. Heard on today's program were New York, New York from On the Town, If I Loved You from Carousel, Lullaby of Broadway, Can't Help Singing, Daybreak, Me and My Gal, and Someone to Watch Over Me. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.